never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Friday. Well, we'll be working our way into the 10th day of December, 15 days till Christmas. Actually, 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today. Christmas Eve. Wow. Hope you've had a good week. Look at those temperatures out there. A very comfortable 53 degrees outside the Hotshot secret bunker at this hour. That's a different story in the northern plains and areas out west. I think we're warmer here than probably even places like parts of Arizona and New Mexico tonight, because we've got winter weather advisories in place. I've been talking all week about the potential for a big storm to come together. Indeed, it is in the process of ramping up, being described by the National Weather Service as a dynamic storm. It's going to bring snow and plenty of it from the Rockies to the upper Midwest. Then later today and into Saturday, we're going to run the risk of severe weather for areas to the south. Forecasters say, along with the dangerous potential for nocturnal tornadoes. All right, throughout the day today, let's start with our Friday. This potent storm begins to advance across the central states, headed toward the Great Lakes region. Now, we may start the day today. Friday may start with a few showers or even a rumble of thunder in metropolitan areas around cities like Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, Monroe, Louisiana. Following any turbulent weather in the morning hours, you'll see a bit of a lull during the early afternoon. The rain kind of subsides. That's just a precursor of what's to come. That brief lull will give the atmosphere an opportunity to kind of recharge, gather energy, as this unseasonably warm, humid air moves northward out of the Gulf of Mexico. Those ingredients then come together, combined with the cold front approaching from the west, which will lead to explosive thunderstorm development. A swath of showers and storms will develop, kind of trailing across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys into portions of the southeast, sparking strong to severe thunderstorms from Friday evening through the overnight hours into Saturday morning. Now, some of these same locations just dealt with severe weather this past weekend into early this week. We started our program Sunday night into Monday morning talking about severe weather, numerous tornadoes in the south. So again, even though some of these thunderstorms may fire up through the morning, any storms early in the day should not be severe. Now, with the early sunset this time of year, it's probably going to be after dark before the strong and severe thunderstorms actually develop. As storms develop, they're going to produce a tornado risk across multiple states. Some of the locations at the risk for tornadoes will be highest, including stretching from Evansville, Indiana, through Bowling Green and Paducah, Kentucky, Memphis to Nashville, Tennessee, Greenville, Mississippi. That entire zone you could kind of circle. It's kind of the bullseye. Again, the highest risk. National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center has issued an enhanced risk for parts of the Midwest and South. And we're talking an area where more than 6 million people live, an area covered by the enhanced risk. There's nearly 10 million in the area that's at least under a slight risk. Now, while thunder and lightning can occur as far to the north as southern Michigan and southwestern Ontario later Friday night, the risk of severe thunderstorms may extend to parts of central and northeast Indiana and northern Ohio before daybreak there on Saturday. Now we look at some of the averages. The 3-year average for tornadoes in the month of December in this country, typically a 47. According to the Storm Prediction Center, some Decembers are more active in terms of tornadoes compared to others. Potential severe weather is always a concern, particularly after the sun goes down. And then when people start going to bed, forecasters caution, if you're going to be in that threat zone, have a way to receive timely weather alerts. If a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning to be issued, of course, with Christmas just around the corner here, 2 weeks, right? A lot of people have the outdoor decorations. Those can add to the debris that a potential tornado may be able to gather up. Even without any twisters, strong winds and heavy rain will be a concern as well. Some of these winds with damaging gusts may reach 70 miles per hour in some locations. Storms should move quickly enough to limit the flooding concerns, but some areas may be on a receiving end of multiple lines of thunderstorms. That could raise the risk for some flash flooding. Thunderstorms will continue to move eastward on Saturday, as the risk for severe weather will be lower on Saturday than it is for the day ahead today, Friday. But cities as far north as Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. may be at risk for some of those strong thunderstorms as we get the weekend underway. Now, as this strong cold front advances eastward and the storm remains quite powerful, winds gusting frequently 30 to 50 miles per hour with higher speeds from the Great Lakes to the Central Appalachians and the Mid-Atlantic coast on Saturday. The gust at the start of the weekend can occur in some of those intense showers, brief thunderstorms, and even in the absence of rain. AccuWeather is forecasting wind gusts of 80 miles per hour may occur along the shores of the Great Lakes Saturday. That can be pushing the water to lakeshore flooding along the Great Lakes. And, of course, it'll make for difficult travel conditions out there, and we could see, again, airline delays as well. It looks like the cold front finally moves off the East Coast late Saturday night, and no severe weather in the forecast for Sunday. At this hour, we're just looking at some showers along the Gulf Coast there in the western reaches of the Florida Panhandle, south central and southwestern portions of Alabama. Some spotty shower activity, light rain, drizzly conditions over western portions of Georgia, particularly along the Georgia-Alabama line, extending through across much of the state there. But the storm that's coming together, at this hour, some of the heavier snows have already begun to fall, especially along the northern tier of Nebraska, along the Nebraska-South Dakota line. Then some spotty snow showers back into central and eastern portions of Wyoming. Western Colorado, we see the snows have begun to fall there. Looking at a swath of winter storm warnings stretching from Utah, western Colorado, south central and eastern portions of Wyoming, then across the entire northern tier of Nebraska, southern South Dakota, northern Iowa, southern Minnesota, and a good chunk, about the northern two-thirds of Wisconsin, and the entirety of the UP of Michigan. Along that swath, the entire zone, winter storm warnings. Let me pull up and see some of the forecast snowfall amounts from the Weather Service office there in Rapid City, South Dakota. A quick-moving storm tracking east-northeast across the region tonight and Friday, bringing snow to much of the northeastern portions of Wyoming, the Black Hills in southern South Dakota. The heaviest snow will generally track across the southern Black Hills as far southwest into far south-central South Dakota overnight and Friday morning. 6 to 12-inch accumulations expected in many areas. Snowfall amounts 2 to 6 inches expected across southern portions of northeast Wyoming, the northern Black Hills, and much of west central South Dakota. So winter storm warnings in effect until 2 o'clock Mountain Time Friday afternoon. So again, heavy snow expected, total accumulations 5 to 12 inches. The highest amounts are going to be right there near the Nebraska border. So right along that line where, as I just mentioned, via the national radar, the heaviest snows are falling at this point in time. See if we can jump a little further over to the east, areas like Minneapolis. See what they're saying for those folks there. Winter storm warning in effect from noon today, starting at the noon hour Friday until 6 a.m. Saturday morning. Heavy snow, total accumulation 6 to 13 inches. Some locally higher totals, near 15 inches, are possible in the far southern Twin Cities metro. So this is portions of northeast and west central Wisconsin, central and east central Minnesota. Travel will become very difficult, if not impossible at times. Have your emergency survival kits in your vehicle if you must travel. Keep an extra flashlight, food, water in your vehicle in the event that you become stranded. All right, let's move over. Where's this one out of? This is from the Weather Service office out of the Twin Cities. But we're talking, let's see, winter storm warning, 9 a.m. Friday to 6 a.m. Saturday. Total accumulations 9 to 13 inches. Locally totals near 15 inches. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. So this is like central, south central, and southeastern Minnesota. It's going to be difficult travel conditions. It's going to be a rough go. This is going to be one of our first major winter storms of the season. Then you've got the wind on the southern flank of the storm. High wind advisories, high wind warnings beginning to pop up, stretching from about the eastern half of New Mexico, western Texas, especially through the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region into the southwestern portions of Kansas. Then wind watches in effect for much of Michigan, the southern half of Michigan, and wind advisories beginning to pop up through much of Indiana as well. The lake shores, areas along the lake shores are going to see some of these highest winds. as we progress through Friday and into Saturday. So suffice it to say, it's going to be an active pattern. Now, right on the heels of this storm comes another, what forecasters are predicting may be a long-duration storm with the potential to unload a month's worth of rain in just a few days' time and bring blockbuster snow to the mountains of the West Coast as we wrap up the weekend into early next week. Much of California is anticipated to see rainfall with this. Well, you know what? They need some rain in California. We'll delve more into the broader forecast for that next storm coming up in a bit here. But yeah, they're talking maybe yards of snow in the higher elevations and heavy rains, potentially flooding rains, impacting a good portion of California. Well, hello to Heavy D on board out of the box here. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Timothy Roy is with us. James is on board where it's a chilly 49 degrees, little drizzle in Ackworth, Georgia. Copying the mail, Chevy Guy. Let me see here. Yogi Bear checking in. Roll Tide. All right. Alabama fan. Hello to Santa Claus. Morning, Steve, and the road gang. 60 degrees here at the Petro in Wheeler Ridge, California. Santa Claus out. Randolph, good morning. Happy Friday, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'm heading to South Carolina. All right, travel safely out there. The legendary Big Moose. Ride boldly, ride. We gone. All right, be safe out there, Moose. Zorro, 45 degrees, a little bit of light rain here in the Atlanta area. That's what I'm seeing on the radar. Light, spotty shower activity through much of especially western Georgia. Hello to the Michigan Madman, Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Got a chilly night here on I-81, 36 in Radford, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. You know, we're trying to shove some of this warmer air in your direction. We went from, it was 55 outside the bunker a little over an hour ago. We're down to like 52 at this point in time. So, but much warmer than it's been. It's distinctively different than we've seen through much of this week with some very bitterly chilly mornings and a little bit of snow earlier this week. Let's see. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning steam from Kotica, South Dakota, where heavy snow and hammer down for the corn patch. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the I-90 corridor. You're playing in that fun stuff, huh? Oh, boy. Cap and Ron checking in. Happy Friday, one day closer to Monday. We've got 60 degrees rolling through Gainesville, Florida this hour. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Mr. Q says good morning to everyone. Let's see. Trucking tonight in Arkansas. Where is your Santa Claus hat at? I don't have a Santa Claus hat. All right, looking at 16 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388 as we get set for the weekend. Lots to cover. Hey, I shared some of the video. Kyle was live streaming this past day from the PRI. The big show is underway there in Indianapolis. Now, if you'll go check out the video, you'll notice, the show started this past day, Thursday, and it continues. Friday, I believe 9 to 5, Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. But quite the attendance, it appeared, just based on Kyle was there at the booth interviewing a bunch of the different drivers. So I invite you to check that out. If you're going to be headed up to the Performance Racing Industry Show, this is the big one. Yeah, and Hot Shot Secret is on location there. Meet some of the staff. The largest trade show in the world, they say, for the performance racing industry. Visit the Hot Shot Secret booth number 4005 with Kyle and the other Hot Shot Secret staff. Check out the latest, the greatest, powered by science products. I know they've got some deals going there from Hot Shot Secret. The world's fastest diesel, right there at the booth. The Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 Pro Mod on display as well as Lee Roberts' 1973 Chevy Nova, Night Force, from the Memphis Street Outlaws television show. You may have caught on the Discovery Channel. And yes, just a ton of Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers visiting the booth, autographs, pictures, good times. So again, the show continuing Friday into Saturday. Stop on by. Say hi to Kyle. Make sure you mention that you're an Overnight Drive listener. All right, with that, we'll get a first time out here, and great to have you on board as we head into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'm going to get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. Did I mention 007 checking in from Alorta, Illinois at the Flying J tonight? Hello to Miss Billy. Morning, Steve. Everyone out there, 54 degrees in Bracken County, Kentucky. She said, yeah, I hate winter and I hate severe storms. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to one Crazy Ray in West Michigan, checking in with 36 degrees. Eskimo Mom, happy Friday from Kentucky. I'm loving the mild weather, but not looking forward to the nasty weather later on Friday. 2 more days until staycation, and we're looking to have some mild weather for next week. Yes, we are. And right now, 57 degrees, 62 mile marker on Interstate 71 there in Kentucky. Be safe, Eskimo Mom. Hello to Dave in Anderson, Indiana, 42 degrees, clear at this hour. Joe is checking in. Buckwheat. Morning to all, the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Be safe. We've got good weather here in Indianapolis at this hour. Heatwave checking in from somewhere in California on I-5. Doesn't even know where he is. I'm headed to Portland, but it's clear and cool at this hour. Heavy Kevy, left lane trucking in Oklahoma, headed to the home 20. All right, some of our industry headlines. What do we see here? Oh, and lines available at 844-844-3388. South of the border, it's almost impossible to wrap your head around it. At least 49 people killed when a trailer collided with the truck and overturned in southern Mexico this past day. Most of the victims are believed to be migrants. Maybe part of that, the chain that's been making its way through Mexico to the United States. This is down toward the border with Guatemala. The Civil Protection Service said at least 58 people were injured in the accident, 3 seriously. Some of the people who died included foreign nationals. According to the foreign minister there, my condolences to the victims and the affected families. In communication with the state government and the civil protection, we make contact with the foreign ministries of the affected countries. All right, so just a bizarre scenario. 49 dead, though. It's just... All right, got a recall to throw your way. Daimler Trucks North America recalling certain Freightliner and Western Star trucks, discovering an issue with tires, apparently. Specifically, Daimler Trucks is recalling more than 400 Freightliner and Western Star trucks, model years dating back from 2011 through 2022. According to the National Highway Administration, tires and rims are not approved and rated for these trucks from the Tire and Rim Association or tire manufacturer. Consequently, the trucks fail to comply with the federal motor vehicle safety standards. All right, there's Freightliners. I'm not going to go through all the because there's a bunch of them. Freightliners, Western Stars, and Daimler Trucks will be notifying the affected owners in mid-January. Now, as of December 1, they do not have a remedy ready to go yet. But, okay, on out to Arizona. Officials in Arizona take a number of steps to make life easier for truck drivers amid the nationwide supply chain crisis. This past day, Arizona's governor, Doug Ducey, and the Arizona Department of Transportation announced several measures designated to alleviate stress on the transportation system and help address the nationwide supply chain crisis. Now, the governor has directed the Arizona DOT to temporarily reopen 2 previously closed rest areas at Parks I-40 and Christensen I-17 to provide truckers with additional opportunities to park and rest. These rest areas will be open through January the 18th to provide relief for critical deliveries, especially as we're into the holiday season. Now, that Christensen rest area closed in 2002. I mean, only 20 years ago. The Parks rest area closed in 2009. Both rest areas were temporarily reopened starting in April of last year to offer more resources during the early stages of the pandemic. Now, Ducey also issued an executive order to help align state CDL and commercial learner's permit requirements with the current federal waivers, providing some regulatory relief for the trucking industry. They've got the entire executive order there, but I won't bore you with that. In addition to those actions, Ducey announced that Arizona is going to launch the Arizona Transportation Consultancy Project to strengthen and further enable the Arizona DOT to work with other states and adopt similar improvements that Arizona has implemented. By sharing best practices and ideas found in the Arizona management system, providing some technical assistance on implementing these programs, we can improve things around the country. And one more tidbit as we will get to our bottom of the hour news break, after which we'll get to your calls here on a Friday morning. Sadly, a 1-month-old dead after being ejected from her mother's lap in a wreck involving a semi-truck this past morning in Florida. Happened in Osceola County just after 6:30 this past morning. According to WFTV, a 38-year-old motorist was driving south along Florida's Turnpike with an infant sitting on a passenger's lap. When the motorist failed to brake for stopped traffic, crashed into the back of a semi-truck that was stopped, the force of that impact ejecting the baby from the car and seriously injuring the driver and the other adult passenger. Baby died at the scene. Both others were transported, one with serious injuries, the other with critical injuries. But there's a reason they have these things called car seats. Even for the newborn just coming home from the hospital, they're supposed to be in the car seat. That may not have been the result had the baby not been, and I'm assuming it may have been the mother's lap. All right, toll free, our number, 844-844-3388. As we get set for the weekend, hope you've had a good week. Glad to have you along with us for the ride into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A Chicago jury says actor Jussie Smollett is guilty of 5 of the 6 charges against him for lying to the police. The jury said they believe he paid 2 brothers to stage a racist, homophobic hate crime attack against him. Prosecutor Dan Webb.
Now that they've decided that Smollett should have been convicted, I believe that we in the Special Prosecutor's Office made the right decision to re-indict him. We made the right decision to take it to trial, and we got a verdict that is obviously a resounding success for us.
Smollett could get 3 years in prison, but some legal experts say he will probably get probation. The FDA and CDC have okayed the Pfizer booster shot for 16 and 17-year-olds.
50 million people now have gotten their booster shots, and we're getting people their booster shots at a record pace.
This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hey, Friday. What's going on in your world? Any big weekend plans? I bet some of you are going to be doing some Christmas shopping, huh? Yep. Malls are going to be getting busy. Guess we've got, this weekend and next. Typically the last Saturday before Christmas is one of the, used to be Black Friday, but I think in recent years it's been that last Saturday before Christmas where all those last-minute shoppers get out. Because the following Saturday is Christmas Day. You ain't going to be shopping on Saturday, the 25th of December. Nope, not this year. All right, good to have you on board. Oh, yeah, it's Friday. Friday means, that's right. That means we've got some Dumbass of the Week nominees. All right, let's jump right into our first. From the You Only Had One Job files. A news viewer traveling on I-95 in Wilmington, Delaware, took a picture of the exit sign at exit number 7, which is Delaware Avenue. They took the photo not because they were infatuated with the giant green highway sign. If you take a close look, one of the A's in Delaware is missing on the big overhead sign. Who missed that? Delaware Department of Transportation said they were made aware of the contractor's spelling error. The sign says Delwareave, Delaware Avenue. They've since covered it with a kind of a tarp kind of thing. That's comical. Yeah. Typos and misspellings happen to the best of us, right? But the I-95 era kind of brings to mind a few other misspellings that got people talking over the years. The misspelling of the word school at the crosswalk outside of Florida school had people taking a double take. The H and the O were swapped. Yeah, in other words, the word SCOHOL was spelled out in the crosswalk. It's not a good thing to misspell school at a school. All right. Second on the list, police say when they arrived, a driver had stopped at an intersection unaware that he earlier was involved in a two-vehicle collision. Yeah, police receiving calls of a vehicle stopped in an intersection. Well, when police arrived, the male driver behind the wheel was just finishing up his chicken wings, unawares that he was involved in a previous collision. As a result of the investigation, police arresting and charging 67-year-old William Newlove with impaired operations and failure to report an accident. He'll be appearing in court on January 4th to answer his charges. Yeah, so in other words, he was pretty much oblivious to what was going on. Officers will continue to patrol our roadways and trails, and those drivers found impaired by alcohol and drugs will have a date in criminal court. License suspended for 90 days immediately, and vehicle impounded for 7 days. Be responsible, make good decisions, and help others make good decisions. Here's our first two Dumbass of the Week nominees. Hey there, Brain Dead. Thanks for digging up some DA nominees. I bet you had a big list to scour through to come up with your top nominees this week.
Hey, not that deep. We didn't have to scrape the bottom of the barrel like we had to last week when we had the only Florida nominees.
All right.
But I was going to call in last night, but my phone decided to act like a, well, I can't say those words, but did you get the story I sent you about the accident the other day in Forest City with the semi-truck that overturned?
I did, yes.
If you zoom in and you'll see that blue cap on that truck, that driver must have died because they said there was one fatality in that wreck. Me and Dingbat were talking. I said, we're talking about that wreck, and it's kind of hard to imagine getting a phone call 2 weeks from Christmas saying that your brother or your son or et cetera died in something like that. I fathom to think about something like that, but I don't know what the heck is going on with this Interstate 40 between Memphis and Little Rock, but for some reason in the last, 4 or 5 months, maybe longer than that, these guys are out here trying to run everybody over. I mean, why? What happened to courtesy in this industry? When I got in it 23 years ago, people were a lot more courteous, a lot more nicer. They looked ahead and they said, hey, driver, you got a truck on the side of the road. Jump on out here in front of me, And now it's, hey, I'm going to be nice to you, come on over in front of me. Then 3 seconds later, they're flashing your bright lights at them, and you hadn't even gone past the cop on the side of the road. I had a guy the other day, last week, I believe it was, police officer on the side of the road. He was nice, let me over in front of him. Then he started flashing his high beams at me. When I got it back over, when we passed the cop, got back over, he flipped me the middle finger.
Wow.
What in the wide world of sports is going on in our industry? You wonder why we're getting a bad rap? Hello, Earth calling.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up the phone. We have too many reckless drivers, and there's a Facebook group that I'm in for I-40 in Arkansas, and I made it point known. There needs to be some sort of all-out blitz to get these reckless drivers something to happen. Write them a ticket and jack that ticket up about $5,000. I guarantee you, some of them might get the hint. But a lot of these people, I don't think we get the hint. And there's one of these companies that has these blue trailers, and I'm not going to name the name, and it's not one of the one in Omaha. It's the one that mainly is the e-commerce one. Those are the number one people that drive reckless. The number one. I've never pulled that trailer, never pulled for that company, never had anything to do with it. But why do they drive like drive reckless and stuff like that? I mean, I don't understand it. I don't pull those trailers, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, I heard Dingbat call in the other night wanting that credit card number, Steve.
Yes.
You did the best thing possible, buddy. Buddy, you don't ever give her a credit card number. Let me tell you, she had that thing smoking last Christmas worse than a graham cracker caught fire in a microwave.
I've learned you never give any woman a credit card.
No, but have you heard from Senior Slacker on the venue for our Christmas party?
I do believe he's got an update for us on that. I think he's got some good news for you, matter of fact.
Well, I've heard he talked to the Amish. Excuse me. I heard he talked to the Amish out there via carrier pigeon, and I talked to him the other day, and before my phone started to act all goofy and whatnot, and he said he had just heard back from the carrier pigeon, but he had to take one of them union naps, because us union drivers, we got to slack around every now and then. But I heard something about an underground bunker in Cincinnati. I could be wrong, but
no. Hey, your phone's acting squirrely again. I don't know what happened there. Get out of here. About 16 before the hour. All right. So I guess here in a few hours, the news will drop. Yeah, from today's top stories from the Breitbart news desk. It is no exaggeration to say that Friday's Consumer Price Index release will be the most important in generations, they say. Inflation was both low and uneventful in the years following the financial crisis. The Federal Reserve said they were targeting 2% inflation, but undershot that number so consistently that many came to assume that we've entered a period of permanent low inflation. Matter of fact, inflation volatility was so low that it became a source of criticism of Fed policy. The idea was that extremely low levels of volatility helped bond investors and bond issuers by taking away the inflation risk. Well, this allowed a massive accumulation of debt in both the private and the public sector. According to the argument, as a result, the financial and economic system was supposedly becoming more fragile and debt-dependent. Others said the consistently low level of inflation was evidence that the Fed must really be targeting a lower level of inflation than 2%. Now, it's the premise, the idea that the Fed could control inflation. So if inflation was running below the official target, the real target must be lower. Well, what a strange idea. It now seems much more likely that the Fed does not really control inflation in the way that both the central bank or its critics in the era of low inflation thought they did. Perhaps they can influence the direction of prices over long periods of time, but the idea that the Fed can still hit precise targets seems a bit fanciful. In an era where we're running far above the target and the numbers have become very unpredictable, for what it's worth, inflation is expected to run at a 6.7% annual rate in today's report. Yeah, the risk is for an upside surprise, though. Economists have been underestimating monthly inflation most of this year. And some real signs of prices, like the renewed upward charge of wholesale used car prices, indicate inflation may have accelerated more than expected. Now that's, again, from the Breitbart news desk. Bloomberg puts it like this: we are poised at this moment to enter year number 3 of a pandemic, with a booming economy and a still mutating virus. But for Washington and Wall Street, one COVID aftershock is starting to eclipse almost everything else. Already hot inflation is forecast to climb even further when the November data drops this morning. They're predicting 6.8%. That would be the highest rate since Ronald Reagan was president in the early 1980s and in the lifetimes of most Americans today. Now, higher prices helped to deliver a banner year for U.S. business, posting some of the fattest profit margins since the 1950s. But for the Biden administration and Jerome Powell's Federal Reserve, which did not see it coming, the sudden return of inflation, largely dormant for decades before this year, is looking more and more traumatic. It's likely to drive some big changes in the coming year as the Fed must pivot toward raising interest rates and the president heads into midterm elections with continually dropping approval ratings. Well, there you go. How did it happen? Well, essentially, the pandemic made it harder for the world to produce stuff and move it. The government shored up incomes like never before, so people were eager to spend. You had a combination of lockdowns and COVID caution. The purchasing power was focused on consumer goods rather than services. That's why we've got this long line of cargo ships off the coast of L.A. waiting to dock. Used car dealers keep hiking prices. And global commodities really leaving us paying more at the grocery store and the gas pump. So, yeah, inflation numbers, I guess if the forecast is correct and those inflation numbers are even higher than they anticipated, typically that doesn't bode well for Wall Street. They get spooked, normally. So it could be a very volatile day, as they say. We shall see, again, in just a matter of hours. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
one of the busiest times of the year for moving freight. As we count down the days to Christmas, and the really busiest time of year for the package carriers, FedEx, UPS, U.S. Postal Service, of course, Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's push to recruit big rig contractors to haul their goods across their web of warehouses around the country is colliding head-on with the, quote, trucker shortage as the e-commerce company moves what's expected to be a record number of packages this holiday season. Their project, called Amazon Freight Partners, enlists independent trucking companies to move goods between Amazon facilities. Now, those companies, or AFPs as they call them, Amazon Freight Partners, AFPs, all of which are exclusive Amazon contractors, also move packages to and from the company's fleet of 85 owned or leased North American airplanes. Since 2019, Amazon has recruited 250 such of AFPs around the globe and made it possible for the companies to start and scale their own transportation business, creating job opportunities for thousands of drivers, according to Amazon. This trucking network, separate from the army of the home delivery contractors, the ones that drop your packages on your doorstep, puts small AFPs in fierce competition for drivers for the likes of Walmart or the United Parcel Service Company. There's a shortage of drivers, especially the good drivers. So says the owner of family-run 7 Strong Trucking. That's a Phoenix area firm who was among the first to join the AFP program in April of last year. They now have 20 Amazon-branded semi-truck tractors as part of the AFP. They employ 45 drivers. Amazon's logistics units has bought 1,395 Amazon-branded big rig tractors to pull trailers of goods around the country, according to the DOT data. But filling the seats in those vehicles falls largely to the independent contractors, like McKinley, at a time when the industry has a record shortfall of drivers. Now, she said everybody is feeling the heat. Labor woes are particularly acute for the big rig trucking firms. Now, is that the case or not? Amazon in October said that higher wages, more worker incentives, and inflation in services such as trucking contributed to $2 billion in extra expenses in the prior quarter alone. They expect those costs are going to double for the current holiday quarter, kind of threatening to erase profit in their biggest selling period. Truckers' pay has not kept pace with inflation, leaving real earnings at 70% of what they were in the 1970s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Federal limits on working hours, the COVID pandemic, prompting many truck drivers to leave the industry. Now, they highlighted it's 7 strong. New drivers start at $22 an hour. Perks include a $1,500 hiring bonus and overtime pay. Base pay is roughly in line with the median wage for all U.S. truck drivers, which they say is $47,000 and some change per year, or just over $22.50 an hour. Payments from Amazon cover driver compensation, according to owner McKinley. Now, these AFPs around the country advertise pay anywhere from $18 to $27 per hour before benefits, many nights at home. According to Reuters' review of dozens of help-wanted postings on the likes of Indeed or ZipRecruiter and some of the other online sites, signing bonuses It ranged from $1,000 to $2,000. All right, so driving for Amazon, is it worth that? They're talking $18 to $27 per hour. But the big figure that jumped out at me is that truckers pay and the pace of inflation. You're making 70% of what apparently drivers were making in the 1970s, according to that report. All right, let me see here. We'll get to Chevy Guy coming up here. Jolly Green Giant this Friday morning. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I got a text from Flash, and I found out that I was expected to call in tonight, that there was an audience listening tonight, expecting to hear Jolly Green tonight. Well, I just want to make sure everybody knows, okay, I decided to fall into place and go ahead and make that phone call, even though I was busy listening tonight. I do want to talk about a couple of things that I heard on the news. One of the things Flash was talking about here a couple of days ago, and I actually agree with him, and he seems to believe that Russia is going to take in Ukraine, and they're going to test Biden administration, and I think we all know that Biden won't do nothing. Now, I also heard on your news yesterday, I don't know what time last night, that Russia is afraid that Ukraine will join NATO. Well, I know if I was a president of Ukraine, or whatever the name of that country is, I would stand there and join NATO to, to keep my independence from Russia. I would definitely do that, in my opinion. Now, I also want to talk about what Braindead was talking about, that Christmas party. I heard the same rumor that they couldn't find an Army pole barn, and they're talking about relocating it there at your house on that same day that you're having that wedding. Now, that's what I heard, Steve.
Yeah, rumors,
you'll have to hear that from Heat Wave, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to hear that from Heat Wave, but that's what I heard. So, and I'd like to know, what is a union nap? I'm not too sure. I was a little bit confused by that statement. So I want Braindead to explain to the rest of us what a union nap is, okay? Because I'm not too sure that I got that comment, okay?
Okay, all right.
But either way, I just want to call in, and I want to say hello to everybody. I'm looking forward to what kind of show you got tonight. I'm looking forward to hearing what Chevy Guy's got to talk about tonight. So either way, I really is about all I want to talk about tonight. I want everybody to have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you next week, Steve.
All right. Have a safe weekend. Thanks for checking in, Jelly Bean Giant. And we're up to the top of the hour, news update time. All right, more on our next blockbuster storm coming up here in some of our travelers' weather, other industry headlines, and your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The FDA and CDC have okayed the Pfizer booster shot for 16 and 17-year-olds.
50 million people now have gotten their booster shots. And we're getting people their booster shots at a record pace, roughly 1 million people a day.
Chicago jurors found Empire actor Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 of 6 counts of disorderly conduct. Smollett was charged with making false reports to police that he was the victim of a hate crime that he himself orchestrated in 2019. Smollett faces up to 3 years in prison, but is likely to receive a sentence of probation as he has no prior criminal record. After hearing from 13 witnesses over multiple days of testimony, the panel of 6 men and 6 women deliberated for more than 9 hours before reaching a verdict. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey, friends, it's John and Chelsea Jubilee, and here's my beautiful wife, Chelsea.
Hi, women. I have a message just for you today. Every single day, we have women that come to us in pain. Not physically, even though, yes, that is too, but in pain from suffering of hopelessness because they have tried every single thing to lose weight and they can't.
And they can't year after year after year, and they give up. They give up hope. They're desperate. They're in a dark place. But we have a light of truth. Science is a search for the truth that is known. In our breakthrough science of intercellular hydration, ladies, you will lose 15 to 20 pounds of solid fat every 4 weeks. Go log on to our website, look at the testimonials of real women just like you who were hopeless, but this changed their life.
Check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
A federal appeals court has ruled against former President Trump's efforts to block the National Archives from releasing his White House records to the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. The U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia said its ruling will be put on hold for 2 weeks, though, to allow Trump to appeal to the Supreme Court. The panel says the documents are needed to properly carry out the investigation and determine what Trump knew before, during, and after the attack. Former President Trump said the documents, which included phone call logs, visitor logs, drafts of speeches, memos, and handwritten notes, should be protected under executive privilege. In the ruling, they said former President Trump has given this court no legal reason to cast aside President Biden's assessment of the executive branch's interests at stake or to create a separation of powers conflict that the political branches have avoided. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
An independent investigative British-based tribunal said in a report that China has committed genocide against the Muslim minority Uyghur population and other ethnic minorities in the western part of the Asian nation. In the 63-page report, the tribunal said that Beijing had subjected the Uyghur people to unconscionable cruelty and crimes against humanity. It concluded that the actions amounted to genocide. U.S. and Western officials have said that as many as 2 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in China's Xinjiang province have been placed in a network of detention centers. They've been subjected to forced torture, labor, and sexual abuse, and many are being detained without any justification. The report accuses top Chinese officials, including President Xi Jinping, for the humanitarian crisis.
The Senate passed a resolution to defund and repeal President Biden's private sector vaccine mandate Wednesday. Republican Senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, on the Senate floor.
First of all, can we all acknowledge that there's so much that we do not know about the coronavirus, about COVID, the disease, or about the COVID vaccines? Our response to COVID, as a result, has been in reaction to very imperfect information.
The final vote was 52-48. Democrat Senators Joe Manchin and John Tester of Montana joined Republicans to vote in favor of the repeal.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Friday, TGIF, working our way into the 10th day of December. Now, let's take a deeper look at this long-duration storm that they're telling us has the potential to unload a month's worth of rain in just a matter of days. All right, the storm, with its eyes on the U.S. West Coast, was spinning across the Bering Sea between Alaska and Russia this past day. But winds from the jet stream will steer the storm southeastward along the Pacific coast of North America into next week. That storm may even stall for a time or slow down significantly as it nears California, which could enhance further precipitation. Rain totals could climb as high as several inches in central and northern portions of California, as the slow-moving storm may deposit yards of snow in the Sierra Nevada. So as the storm slides from north to south along the west coast, the fire hose effect of moisture, the atmospheric river as they call it, may lead to rainfall rates close to 1 to 2 inches per hour for a time, snowfall rates 2 to 4 inches per hour over the mountains. Now, they tell us the magnitude of the rain and mountain snow with this storm will lead to dangerous travel, road closures, flooding, washouts, mudslides will be common with this storm. Now, this inclement weather is likely to add to shipping delays at this critical time of the year. The holidays, truck, rail, and aircraft may all be hampered by this storm. So after impacting Alaska and British Columbia starting today, the storm begins to blast northwest Washington later Friday and spreads southward and inland over Washington and Oregon the first part of this weekend. The storm's excessive rainfall could add insult to injury, as that zone from British Columbia to western Washington has dealt with storm after storm this fall. Now, with just 3 weeks to go in the year, rainfall in parts of Washington has already topped 100 inches. Quileute, Washington, that's the city along the Pacific coast on the Olympic Peninsula. They typically receive 101 inches of rain on average per year, but a few additional inches are expected this weekend. They'll probably top the 105-inch mark. Now, a general 2 to 4 inches of rain, locally higher amounts forecast to fall along the Washington and Oregon coasts, as well as the lower west-facing slopes of the Cascades this weekend. Slow travel, rain and gusty winds along that Interstate 5 corridor. Meanwhile, several feet of snow piles up in the Cascades. The risk for Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass to close for periods of time as the cold air arrives in the wake of the storm, but the moisture still lingers. It's possible that it could snow a bit around even Seattle and Portland for a time by midweek next week. The storm could hit California especially hard. The worst of the storm is likely to hit the San Francisco and Sacramento areas Sunday into Monday night. As the storm's progress slows to a crawl, so in less than 48 hours, both San Francisco and Sacramento could pick up a normal monthly rainfall total from this storm. Other locations also could receive a month's worth of rain in just a couple of days as the system just inches across the state of California. So with that much rainfall, flooding and mudslides may not be limited to just the burn scar areas. Urban flooding is a strong possibility in places like San Francisco, Sacramento, and perhaps even Los Angeles. The heaviest rain is going to roll into Southern California and the Los Angeles area Monday night and probably lingers through much of the day Tuesday. Motorists should expect major delays. The LA area has the potential to pick 1 to 2 inches of rainfall with this storm alone. Higher amounts, perhaps on the order of 4 inches or more, in the San Gabriel, the Santa Monica, and San Bernardino, as well as the San Rafael Mountains in the north of Los Angeles. Even areas further south like San Diego could receive some significant rainfall. Now, the snow levels are going to fall and may dip to near and below passes for a time, even in Southern California, Tuesday into Wednesday of next week, with several inches to a foot or more of snow over some of the higher elevations. It is possible, in addition to Donner Pass along Interstate 80, that Cajon Pass along I-5 and Cajon Pass along I-15 in Southern California may close as well if this storm develops to its full potential and lingers for a time over California next week. A general snowfall 2 to 4 feet would accumulate in the Sierra Nevada. Higher snowfall amounts along the lines of 6 to perhaps 8 feet of snow could be unleashed in the high country. Blizzard conditions likely in the passes as the storm pushes southward over the weekend and into next week. So, yeah, conditions are going to be dangerous and potentially life-threatening for travelers in the region. Lastly, even though the storm will pose hazards in the short term, there will be, of course, some benefits, especially with the ongoing drought. Since the start of last year, 2020, rainfall in much of California has only been like 50% of average, and the long-term drought, it's not all going to be solved with this one storm. There's actually some double-digit deficits in places like San Francisco and Sacramento, but this is definitely going to take a bite out of the drought conditions there. Yeah, the snow will contain inches of water in those mountains to be released later in the winter or the spring for the runoff into the streams and the rivers. Rivers like the Colorado water levels on Lake Mead that we've talked about. Yeah, they need to see some rises. Water levels on Lake Mead had actually dipped to the lowest levels on record late this summer. All right, so they could really use some of that beneficial rains. All right, there you go. With that, our number 844-844-3388. And I see it's been quite some time since we spoke to Bass Ackwards. What's going on, Bass Ackwards?
Oh, I'm just busting my ass, trying to escape the land of fruits and nuts that you were just talking about.
Yeah, get out of there before the big storm
all that
rolls
stuff's
in.
Coming in. Before that rolls in. But anyway, I was running all that stuff last year. I had enough of that up in the Sierras and all that snow up in the Ashland Mountain, all the way up through there. And I'm like, okay, I'm done with that. So that's why I'm running with someone else, another company, me and the wife. And she normally does the night drive, and I normally do the day. But we got down there in California, and we do drop and hook. We run to Nashville, Phoenix, California, back to Ocala, and back Nashville, and back to the house for a couple of days. But anyway, we got down there, and it's like we waited 12 damn hours, Steve, to get a load. And I don't know. There's a bunch of people waiting there. I don't know what the hell's going on unless it's got something to do with that chain supply delay there on the ocean. I don't know, but we got to talk to our boss man about this. This damn schedule, this run here, just turning out to be a piece of crap. I guess they're going to have to work on it and do something different. But I think it has something to do with the backup there on the ocean. So, but anyway, what was we talking about? Anyway, I got the, wife drove in there, and I was supposed to be driving out there today, all day. Of course, we sat there, and that just screwed everything up. So I get to drive her shift tonight, and I told her, well, I get to call Steve Summers and see what the hell
Okay.
going on over there with them guys.
Yeah,
So,
there you go. All right.
everything's been going all right?
Been plugging away, doing our thing. Yes, sir. I see it was like
I
late.
bet you I lost my damn signal.
No, you're still there. It was like late August last we spoke to you.
Son of a gun, I don't even have a signal.
He doesn't know. We can hear you, Bass Ackwards.
Hello.
We still got you loud and clear. Yeah. He must have hit the
crap phone.
He must have hit the mute or something. He's going to start cussing in a minute. I better drop him. This piece of crap phone. All right, good to hear from you, Bass Ackwards. Say modern technology, right? Gotta love it. Maybe his headset died or something. Couldn't hear us. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Happy Friday, right? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, so back at it here. Indeed, he did dial us back up. Hey, Bass Ackwards, we never did lose you. We can still hear you, but I was afraid you'd start cussing because you're cussing about that piece of crap phone.
Well, it's not really the phone. I don't think there's much going on out here in the desert. There's nothing out here but damn lizards and snakes. So, anyway, I don't even know where the hell I dropped off. So where was I? You don't even remember, do you?
Well, you were talking about you're working the wife's shift, so you were able to call in and say hello. That's kind of where we left off. Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of got switched around, so I took the opportunity and called in tonight and see what the hell's going on. So, everybody doing all right?
Doing well. You
anything?
All ready for Christmas? Got your Christmas shopping done?
Not really. It's like every other year. Every year I don't get all that done. My wife does it for me. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not good at that. Yeah, you know what? They talked me in one time, my wife and her mother and her sister, they all talked me in going to Walmart for that Black Friday or whatever that is, wait in line over here, get over there, get that damn TV and don't let nobody get it. You know what I mean? I'm like, I did that. I'm like, I'll never do that again. You know, you need to be armed when you go in there, Steve, to do that.
Yes.
But anyway, being that you told the weather there so eloquently, I'm trying to make up my mind. I'm on the bottom side. If I should go up Flag, go out that way and go back to Nashville, or stay on the bottom. What's on your radar up there? Or can you tell?
As far as the radar goes, I mean, not much of anything showing up. I'm looking here. California's high and dry right now. The storm doesn't come in till Saturday night there.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe I escaped that. Well, let me get off of here. Let me mention a couple more things here real quick. Okay. I know you've probably been watching the Smollett thing. He got charged, 5 out of 6? Was that like felonies they called it? 5 out of 6?
5 out of 6, yeah. Supposedly, they're saying he could face 3 years in jail, but he's probably just going to get a slap on the wrist, probation or something.
Well, that's basically what I was getting at. You know what? That's bullcrap. He should go to jail because his buddies over there on fake news, that's all they bitch about. It's white supremacy and all, that's black supremacy as far as I'm concerned. That's just the other way around. And fake news got egg on their damn face over there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they're not talking about it too much. Of course, I can't tune in over there because I can't watch much of it. But I'm pretty sure they're not talking too much about it. But this guy should go to jail because Joe Biden and his cronies and fake news over there could give a rat's ass about the guy that was really trying to protect his ass, a Rittenhouse. I mean, and they called him a white supremacist. And they didn't care, Steve, if that guy went to jail for the life and gave up all of his freedom. With a blink of an eye, they could care less what they was going to do to that kid.
Yeah.
And yet here this Smollett guy, and they don't say a damn thing about that. Yet all they're doing is protecting him. And Rittenhouse been hit in the head with a skateboard. The guy had his hand on the damn barrel of his gun trying to take it from him, and they call him a white supremacist. So I want to know where all them fake news guys there. One is Rachel Maddow. I like to know where the hell they are at. They're actually talking about it.
There's egg on the face of a whole bunch in the main the fake stream media. I mean, going back even. Michelle Obama was on his side. The View. Pick your lefty. They were all in his corner. Yeah, deliberation. Yeah, I haven't touched on it, but jurors deliberated a little more than 9 hours over 2 days. Guilty on 5 of the 6 counts that he faced, which were related to a false report he gave on the day of the attack. He was acquitted on 1 count of giving a false report to police at a later date, whatever that means. So, but this, they say, is the verdict a resounding message by the jury that, in fact, Smollett did exactly what we said he did, according to the special prosecutor in a press conference after the decision was announced. So he now faces up to 3 years in prison. A sentencing hearing has not yet been scheduled. But central to the prosecution's case was the testimony that of the 2 brothers who told the jurors that Jesse hired them to carry out the attack in January of 2019. They said he paid them $3,500 and gave them $100 for expenses. Obviously, prosecutors believe that he wanted to use this to gain publicity. That was all about just, hey, look at me. Now, the 2 bodybuilding brothers who said Smollett hired them said they believed the actor and musician would use the incident to get media attention, not to file some sort of alleged hate crime with the police. They didn't know what his intentions were. They just thought he wanted attention. Smollett testified that he did write a $3,500 check to the brothers, but it was to pay for nutrition and training. It wasn't paid to him to stage the crime. So there you have it. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, for bass ackwards out there in California, I'm looking at some of the advisories. Weather Service office in Sacramento, talking about that winter storm. It's going to be dropping in. Yeah, strong winter storm will bring heavy snow to the mountains of Northern California, first arriving to northwestern Shasta County late Saturday, spreading southeast into the southern Cascades and the northern Sierra Saturday night or Sunday morning. Now, snow levels are going to gradually drop over time, all the way through late Monday and Tuesday. So they are anticipating major accumulations at pass level with several feet or more, making travel extremely difficult to impossible over the mountains. Strong winds will also be reducing visibilities during this event, with whiteout conditions expected at times. So right now it's still just a winter storm watch. That'll be upgraded to probably a winter storm warning sometime later today, once the storm's maybe 24 hours out. But says here, heavy snows, very difficult to impossible travel, damage to trees and power lines. Snow accumulations 1 to 3 feet, localized amounts 5 to 6 feet above the 5,000-foot level. So this is the mountains of northern and western Shasta County, the mountains of southwestern Shasta County, and significant reductions in visibility with the very strong winds from that storm. It's going to get ugly out there. So you got your winter storm watches from Bernie, again, to Shasta, on down into Quincy and Paradise, California. It's going to be a wintry paradise when this is all said and done. All right, we'll get news break in here. Craig got you coming up next. Chevy guys back on board. And we'll get our update from Heat Wave. Back at it. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A Chicago jury says actor Jussie Smollett is guilty of 5 of the 6 charges against him for lying to the police. The jury said they believe he paid 2 brothers to stage a racist, homophobic hate crime attack against him. Prosecutor Dan Webb.
Now that they've decided that Smollett should have been convicted, I believe that we in the Special Prosecutor's Office made the right decision to re-indict him. We made the right decision to take it to trial, and we got a verdict that is obviously a resounding success for us.
Smollett could get 3 years in prison, but some legal experts say he will probably get probation. The FDA and CDC have okayed the Pfizer booster shot for 16 and 17-year-olds.
50 million people now have gotten their booster shots, and we're getting people their booster shots at a record pace.
This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAInsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we're back on a Friday. And he was the winner until he wasn't the winner. He had a boat parade, a boat decorated with Joe Biden slogans. Stripped of his Best of Show title shortly after the Virginia contests for being, well, too political. Undoubtedly. Bill Berger captained the winning boat at last Saturday's Yorktown Lighted Boat Parade, with a display that included big signs, you know, FJB and Let's Go Brandon. We all know what that means. Berger says when we left, we were declared the winner. Then 48 hours later, we were stripped of the title. I think it was political pressure. Member of the Yorktown Foundation Board of Directors issued a statement saying the boat had been disqualified because of the political statements, which were at odds with the mission of the foundation. The Yorktown Foundation and its subordinate groups are apolitical, according to the board member, as a 501c3 organization. On December 4 of 2021, several members of the foundation's board of directors were made aware that a boat with an overt political message had participated in the lighted boat parade, and the judges had awarded first place. Well, in discussion with the event organizers, they explained that they were equally perplexed that that boat had won. And they took immediate corrective actions. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess the judges were on the same boat as Captain Berger. Now, Berger said he'd been clear on his parade entry application that his theme would be, "Let's go, Brandon." But I think our message got across. We have a horrible president. Is the phrase inappropriate in today's world? I don't think so, he said. Now, they admitted that Berger's boat earned loud cheers from the large crowd and added he didn't think the judges at the time knew what "Let's go, Brandon" actually meant. Those judges, if they didn't know what "Let's go, Brandon" meant, they've been living under a rock, right? It has been explained over and over again. Going back to the race there at Talladega, driver Brandon Brown, the winner of the race, being interviewed trackside, right? That's when the chant was coming from the crowd, "F Joe Biden, F Joe Biden," to which the interviewer said, "Oh, they're cheering with you. Let's go, Brandon." That's where it started. In case you've been living under a rock and missed that. And back to your calls here. Craig, I believe it is. What's happening this Friday morning?
Not much. Enjoying a ride heading south through Dayton here on 75 at the moment. I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener. And I was talking with my brother who retired from a chemical plant up there in Lima, Ohio. And he was talking to me about how DEF came about. I don't know if anybody knows the history of it, but they figured out how to use a ceramic filter on a truck's diesel engine to capture the carbon, but, the filters would fill up right away. They were making anhydrous ammonia, and the byproduct of that, one of them, is urea. And it used to be like if you buy anhydrous, they'd give you urea to put on your field to fertilize, back in the 70s, 80s. So anyway, they got the bright idea of mixing that with water. I forget what you call that kind of water. It's been strained and sterilized and everything else. And that washed the filters off. So that's where that came from. And it cost them about a nickel a gallon to make that, but they sell it at the pump for $2.79. I thought that was rather fascinating to where that came about. They did this in the mid 2006, 2005, where they started coming up with this. But it's interesting that this was just a byproduct of something else. They were trying to find a way to get rid of it and market it, and they end up using it in semi-trucks.
Yeah, and now here we find ourselves in this day with there's shortages of urea. They can't hardly get enough. They can't get enough in Australia, and of course the impact on the fertilizer prices. Because that's what the anhydrous ammonia. Is that what you said? That's what they use to make the fertilizer. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, it's used as a fertilizer and weed killer. They put it down in the wrong strong strength in between rows of crops, and it kills the weeds, but then after it dissipates a little bit, it becomes a fertilizer.
Yep.
So anyway, that's how urea came about. Well, one of the ways it came about. And I got to tell you that if you think you're having a bad day, I got to tell you this story about a friend of mine who's a farmer. I was working in a factory about 25 years ago or so, and we're at the first break of the day, and somebody says, hey, Gene, he said, you were late getting in this morning. And he's a real nice, easygoing fella that everybody respected. And he says, I'm going to kill the kid's dog. Oh, everybody kind of dropped their jaw and looked at him. He gotten steers the night before, or calves the night before, and he was turning them into steers, by putting a little band on the testicles there to make them into steers.
Uh-huh.
So before he come into work that morning, he decides he's going to go out to the barn and check on his new little calves, and he had a few more to go, so he starts putting the bands on the cows, and the dog walks in the barn, barks, startles the cow that he's working on. Of course, he's got the tail up looking in the backside of it. The cow just lets go with, crapped all over him, right down the side of his face and his shirt and jeans. He was going to kill that dog. He reaches around, he finds a shovel, heaves it out the barn door at the dog, hits the overhead wire that goes from the house to the barn, and it dangles in that, breaks it, and it drops down on his pickup truck with the shovel handle and dents his pickup truck. I mean, that's a horrible morning. So if you're ever having a bad morning, you got to stop and think about him doing that. He had to take another shower to get to work.
That's classic. That's great. Well, let me ask you, as a first-time caller, Craig, have you tried Hot Shot Secret products? Are you familiar? Use the products?
I'm familiar with them. I have not used any yet.
Well, we've got to get you on board. We'll get you. I've got your number here. They'll text you a code for a first-time caller. $60 in merchandise. Shipping is covered. So, yeah, we can get you introduced to Hot Shot Secret products.
All righty. I will do that. I have old cars, so they could use some help.
Absolutely. So get you some Stiction Eliminator, and if you got your gasoline in your cars, get you some Gasoline Extreme for both of them. Get them things cleaned up, and you'll notice a big difference.
Cool. Well, thank you, and have you a great weekend, and I'm going to motor on down the road here.
Well, thank you for checking in, and thank you for listening to the program. And, of course, being a first-time caller there. All right, I'm looking here from, I did not make it up to the Dayton International, the Dayton Air Show this year. I guess they've just announced the Blue Angels will headline the Columbus Air Show. You said the Columbus Air Show. Yes, the Navy Blue Angels will headline Columbus' first air show since 2007. And looks like they selected Columbus as one of the team's 2023 demonstration sites. So it's not 2022. Yeah, of course, the famous Navy and yellow aircraft headlining the event at Rickenbacker International Airport. The last time the Blue Angels performed in Columbus was all the way back in 1995. Wow, it's been a while. So we're excited beyond belief to host the U.S. Navy Blue Angels at our first air show back in Columbus, according to the president of Herb Gillen Air Shows. Of course, the Blue Angels, you've got 6 FA-18 Super Hornets, flying at speeds approaching the speed of sound. At some points, when the wingtips as close as 18 inches of separation. It is very fascinating to watch. The show will have other performers and displays like aircraft from the World War II era, obviously other aerobatic features there. But it's a way off. They probably expect they'll bring in about 100,000 people for that air show in Columbus. Well, there you go. All right. Big announcement there. What's happening, Chevy Guy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. Let's have some fun. You know, hey, the reason why the Navy had to cancel their flying is Biden mandated that 6-foot separation. You know, they couldn't fly that. They couldn't fly that far apart from each other. You know what I mean? Back to the Delaware sign. I'm laughing over that one, but it's just good to see the misspelling of the Delaware. It's good to see that a graduate of West Virginia University found him a job. So let's just give him some moral support there. Now, I was on top of load on tarp, and I got ready to say the DA of the week, and I said, oh, my God, he's going to call me next. It's a risk of insulting the host. He jumps ahead of everybody by saying you don't give a woman a credit card. Lord. Yeah, I don't know, but I figured the board would light up with angry women. Oh, speaking of angry women. Oh, Nancy Pelosi. All day yesterday, I just kept, I ain't going to forgive Donald Trump. I mean, the vile stuff coming out of, I ain't going to forgive vile Trump and his, basically it's the thugs, his supporters. I guess we're supposed to expect a, what do you call it, a non-bias or a truth-seeking situation coming out of this woman's probe into Donald Trump. So I think I hope she talks more. She just absolutely just told on herself. She ain't got a problem with the torture and the abuse of pre-trial, political prisoners, and that's basically what she's getting at. So I really wish, all these Republicans, man, now's the time to start screaming and hollering that our courts jump in here and start taking action against the Congress, that Congresswoman that's gone way out of bounds. The things that the rules, the things she's done to the people in her basically her side of the house. If you walk around without a mask, you can get arrested, or you can they'll take your money away from you if you don't have a mask on, and that's they've got some charges going up against that. But using this whatever this is that she's got, Liz Cheney and all these people, they're going after, they're tapping people's phones. They're going in and finding, and they'll tap a lawyer if he's had a talk with anybody that's a Trump supporter. Well, guess what? The lawyer-client confidentiality is just totally shot to pieces. Of course, that started when they went after Trump in the first place and his lawyer. Mm-hmm. So don't never say anything to the cops. If they pull you in, do not say a word to the cops. Demand your lawyer. And when you talk to your lawyer people, and guess what? Don't say anything to that lawyer that you don't want worded in court, because our freedom has been violated and our respect of our standards of law has been violated by this whatever this is we've got, this socialist horde that we've got that we're facing. So other than that, yep, an angry woman. That's what we need. I can't wait till this woman retires, and I hope she, when she does retire, she actually has a chance to realize what kind of a world that they led us into.
Yep.
So, and other than that, you have a great weekend. I figured out how to solve that Friday deal. You just keep working through Saturday. So it's
all right. Thank you, Chevy Guy. Yeah, and then the news updates, like last evening on the program, they were playing that, the voice of Nancy Pelosi, and she's speaking out about the January 6th. Remember, between the clip where she was saying, "I will never forgive former President Trump and his lackeys and thugs for what was it? What was the word she used? I guess the fear that they brought. That day on January 6th, the stress, they having to be, we got to get you into a secluded area. We got to go hide, shelter in place kind of thing. It's just, they were scared to death. I'm thinking, Nancy, do you realize how much stress you've put on the average American citizen with your leadership in Washington, D.C.? It is pale in comparison to any stress that you encountered that one day on January the 6th. We've been dealing with you for years. And it can't end soon enough, can it? It's about 7 before the hour. Get a quick 2-minute timeout and back with your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And back to your calls here on a Friday. Head out west, somewhere in California, I believe. What's going on with the heat wave?
Oh, good morning, senor. Well, finally figured out where I was. I was in a world of trouble.
Uh-oh.
It's California. That's the world of trouble. We're in Corning, heading up to Portland. And, I tell you what, I had the shock of my life a while ago when I was in the shower. Apparently, when I turned the shower on, I didn't realize there were 3 streams coming out of that shower head, aiming to an area where I guess was the small of someone's back. And, of course, I'm in there dreary-eyed and trying to wake up. I step in there facing front, and I get hit in the jewels with that stream, and boy, that woke me up in a hurry. Holy crap, that was a rough one. So, anyways, I'm putting down on my trailers, besides FJB, which takes care of both Joe and Jill, I'm also putting on FNP. I mean, that act she put on yesterday, just not as fake and phony as the augmentation she's had on herself over the years.
Yeah.
He absolutely has no idea of the damage she has done. And you know, we didn't go out and desecrate the office and put disrespect on any of the presidents, not even Obama. It was the Democrats that started all this by telling their kids it's okay to yell out F Trump. And that's where it started. It was the hatefulness of the left. And they get all sanctimonious and whenever they hear FJB or Let's Go Brandon. But what a bunch of hypocrites. Well, now that I got that off my chest, yes, I was talking to Brain Dead yesterday morning and Horse Feathers. And Horse Feathers was saying that you had a wedding on the 18th to attend.
That would be correct. Yes, the Saturday evening. Yes.
So, well, I'm trying to save a little bit of money here. I don't want our friend to go absolutely totally broke. You still got water in your pool, or is it empty?
Oh, you want the truth, or what should it be?
Well, I was just thinking, you know, if you had some solar heaters, pool heaters, you know, we could probably get a couple of them in there, turn that into a hot tub, and you know, if you were going to have the reception at the Sommers house, that you know, we could probably do a 2-for-1. You know, we could have our Christmas party outside, and you could have your reception party inside, and then we could just intermingle. We've already talked to Jolly Green Giant. He said he'd go ahead and smoke the meat because he has connections to a grocer there, and I figure you're going to have your skull busters, and we'll bring in a couple of kegs, and yeah, I figured, you know, we could just have a good old time, and whatever's left over from the 18th, we'll just go ahead and have a potluck on the 1st. What do you say?
Oh boy, you guys are ate up. You think I'm going to let a bunch of old, grizzly, nasty, dirty truck drivers in my place?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, boy.
Anyway, well, we had a little bit of fun in the snow. I heard you were talking about Shasta County. I guess that was up here in California, getting a little bit of a winter wonderland experience. And we took the back roads, California 89 across the California 44 and 36 to 395, and yeah, I tell you what, it was a little slick in some of them spots, especially in the higher elevations. And then my co-driver took over from Reno to Tracy, and they had put out the chain, apply the chain signs, but there was no snow on the road. So we're thinking, what the hell's going on here? He spent over an hour putting the chains on. Of course, I was getting my beauty sleep, but you know, these DOT and the weather people, they just ain't combining to get the right message out there. So this is getting a little discouraging.
Well,
and since we have a single drive axle on this, where that one driver said is the most dangerous, I would tend to agree, but you know, it's a paycheck. But yeah, I mean, if it's slick, this single axle drive is not really the best thing to have out there.
Now, you said you're heading up to Portland. I mean, we're rolling into Friday. When are you going to get out of there and head south or west or wherever? Because I mean, that big storm's going to be moving in Saturday.
Well, I figure we're probably about right now we're probably about 450 miles away. So I ought to get up here in at least 9 hours. 8 hours for sure, 9 hours on the outside. So we'll turn around and head back down. We'll either be running in front of the storm or we'll be running behind it. or just getting the hell out of there heading south.
Yeah, okay.
So, I don't know. It just depends on where they send us.
If they get you in there and get you unloaded or whatever and get you out of there, yeah, you should avoid the most of it. But Saturday it's rolling in all the way, it's going to be rolling into Washington, Oregon. By Sunday, it's all the way down the front stretching from San Francisco up into Idaho and Montana. By Monday, it's all the way down into Southern California. And it looks like by Tuesday, I mean, you guys, you've been talking about much needed rain. I mean, I'm looking here. I don't know, Utah's going to see a lot of rain. New Mexico looks like more like northwestern portion to the state. At least the model I'm looking at, see the bulk of the rain. But
well, we need it, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, good to have you with us there. Heat wave, be safe out there. Have a great weekend if we don't chat again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The FDA and CDC have okayed the Pfizer booster shot for 16 and 17-year-olds.
50 million people now have gotten their booster shots. And we're getting people their booster shots at a record pace. Roughly 1 million people a day.
Chicago jurors found Empire actor Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 of 6 counts of disorderly conduct. Smollett was charged with making false reports to police that he was the victim of a hate crime that he himself orchestrated in 2019. Smollett faces up to 3 years in prison, but is likely to receive a sentence of probation as he has no prior criminal record. After hearing from 13 witnesses over multiple days of testimony, the panel of 6 men and 6 women deliberated for more than 9 hours before reaching a verdict. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey friends, it's John and Chelsea Jubilee, and here's my beautiful wife, Chelsea.
Hi women, I have a message just for you today. Every single day we have women that come to us in pain. Not physically, even though yes, that is too, but in pain from suffering of hopelessness because they have tried every single thing to lose weight and they can't.
And they can't year after year after year, and they give up. They give up hope. They're desperate. They're in a dark place. But we have a light of truth. Science is a search for the truth that is known. In our breakthrough science of intercellular hydration, ladies, you will lose 15 to 20 pounds of solid fat every 4 weeks. Go log on to our website, look at the testimonials of real women just like you who were hopeless, but this changed their life.
Check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
A federal appeals court has ruled against former President Trump's efforts to block the National Archives from releasing his White House records to the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. The U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia said its ruling will be put on hold for 2 weeks, though, to allow Trump to appeal to the Supreme Court. The panel says the documents are needed to properly carry out the investigation and determine what Trump knew before, during, and after the attack. Former President Trump said the documents, which included phone call logs, visitor logs, drafts of speeches, memos, and handwritten notes, should be protected under executive privilege. In the ruling, they said former President Trump has given this court no legal reason to cast aside President Biden's assessment of the executive branch's interests at stake or to create a separation of powers conflict that the political branches have avoided. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
An independent investigative British-based tribunal said in a report that China has committed genocide against the Muslim minority Uyghur population and other ethnic minorities in the western part of the Asian nation. In the 63-page report, the tribunal said that Beijing had subjected the Uyghur people to unconscionable cruelty and crimes against humanity. It concluded that the actions amounted to genocide. U.S. and Western officials have said that as many as 2 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in China's Xinjiang province have been placed in a network of detention centers. They've been subjected to forced torture, labor, and sexual abuse, and many are being detained without any justification. The report accuses top Chinese officials, including President Xi Jinping, for the humanitarian crisis.
The Senate passed a resolution to defund and repeal President Biden's private sector vaccine mandate Wednesday. Republican Senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, on the Senate floor.
First of all, can we all acknowledge that there's so much that we do not know about the coronavirus, about COVID, the disease, or about the COVID vaccines? Our response to COVID, as a result, has been in reaction to very imperfect information.
The final vote was 52-48. Democrat Senators Joe Manchin and John Tester of Montana joined Republicans to vote in favor of the repeal.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Back another hour as we roll into the weekend. Got a Friday coming on. Hey, just checking out the latest Diesel Army newsletter here, which says, with the gift-giving season in full swing, it's important to remember our friends with trucks. You're probably one of them. But in case you're searching for someone special, we decided to break down a few of the best usable gifts for truck people. So they start to dig in. Top in the list, a jump box. Yeah, this is about as bad as needing a drill and a tap set, but needing a jump box is critical. Seems like this year, in years past, having jumpers in your truck was a priority. While that can still be the case, we can eliminate the support from anyone else if you just have your own jump box. You say, well, I know what you're thinking. They're really big and really expensive. Well, no, technology has advanced quite a bit. They've managed to whittle these things down to a glove compartment size box. That being said, between $40 and $200, you can get your truck person a jump box that'll at least get them going again until they can get a new battery or batteries. Yeah, and of course, they do more than just get you out of a pinch. It has the ability to charge your devices, too. It's kind of like a little power bank. All right, next on the list, diesel fuel additives. Well, with the holiday season, that means the temperatures are going to fall. As well as the temperatures fall, you have to remember to winterize your diesel truck. Yeah, there's more to that than you can find here, but specifically in terms of gift giving, a good diesel fuel additive would make for a great stocking stuffer for our diesel truck people out there. For the true enthusiast out there, the gift is appreciated. For example, Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment is a one-stop shop for getting the most out of the stops at the fueling stations. One treatment of everyday diesel treatment, or EDT, will potentially free up power and performance in your diesel truck, as well as increase your fuel economy. EDT are recommended for all diesel engines because it's an ashless concentrate, has no negative effects on engine components. EDT meant to be in every fill-up treatment. So as you approach the fueling station, know that an ounce of everyday diesel treatment put in the tank will treat up to 25 gallons. So do the math. Increasing fuel lubricity, fuel economy, boosting your cetane by 7 points, maintains your fuel injectors, and preventing fuel system rust and corrosion. Next on his list, what do you have? Care package. Doesn't matter whether a truck person has a brand new ride or a 20-year-old one. At the end of the day, typically they want to clean it up and take care of it. Yeah, I've seen trucks that are really just waiting to split into pieces, but the wheels look like they were just unboxed. Either way, point is, everyone should use a good quality care package. There you go. The essentials. You have the car soap, a mitt, wheel and tire cleaner, interior cleaner, maybe a leather conditioner. There's a lot of options out there, a lot of choices you can make. Air compressor, portable air compressors on the list. You know, you can get the phone and get that phone call, go help your friend in need, or you can say, use the portable compressor I gave you, right? Everybody's been there. Tire goes flat, you're dead in the water. Time to drag it out, the hose out of the shop, kick the big compressor on and start filling. Well, what about the people that are on the road? Maybe they don't have a shop at home. With a portable air compressor, you can inflate tires, regulate pressure, and even have a few built-in features included. All right, let's see. We found some in the $30 to $40 compressor range that would be perfect for throwing in the toolbox. Anything else on the list? Yes, there's some of the essentials, some of the goodies. And thanks to our friends from Diesel Army and the support for Hot Shot Secrets products. Meanwhile, Carolina Monkey Gouger, happy Friday.
Well, Merry Christmas and Happy Friday.
Uh-huh.
I was listening to all these newbies on how they was going to attack your party. They don't understand the art of guerrilla warfare. What you do is you wait for the Sommers household to get on that tuna clipper, go over there to that big pond and go on that cruise, and then we move into the house and claim that we are what do they call them people? Squatters. And we take over the house for the whole week. We got the swimming pool up. We got that to worry about, and that's how it's done. You don't go at Steve head on, because you ain't gonna make it.
Yeah.
But Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. Last week, I had to put a transmission, kingpin, everything in the truck, got it up and running, thinking, well, nothing else can go wrong this trip. Well, I noticed the other day my elbow was kind of clicking, click, click, every time I'd unlock it. I said, what the hell is going on with this thing, And I noticed that every now and then when you put pressure on it, it wouldn't stay in place. And so it's got an adjustment over there. So I got out there and adjusted it. Took it off and adjusted it, where I thought it ought to be. And they got this little screw and it's got a little thing on it. It's got a red arrow there that you ain't supposed to go past that arrow. And so I said, well, if a little bit helps, a lot ought to really do the job. So I twisted it on down, Well, tonight I was coming into Oklahoma City, and it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And I said, this thing ain't going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
If it could just get me home, let me get off this next trip, I'd be all right. Well, I go to make a turn over there, went to put my arm back on the steering wheel, and guess what? The whole damn thing flew apart. Oh, yeah, it just exploded. I said, uh-oh. So I am officially shut down till 8 o'clock in the morning waiting on believe it or not, an arm repair.
Wow.
Damn the luck. So I called David tonight and told him, well, I'm over here in Oklahoma City hung up. And she said, what's wrong? I said, well, that old arm flew apart. She says, well, what we going to do? I said, well, I'm hoping they got the parts to fix this thing, and I got to thinking, all them parts in that arm there, they made over there in Japan and China. We might be got us a serious problem. So if anybody's got any used elbows out there
wow.
on any prosthetic arms, we could use a few parts.
I mean, that's the kind of repair that you can't find parts around any corner, right? Those are specialty things.
That's specialty things. And a new elbow, just the elbow is $3,600.
Whoa.
If they got one, yeah. I mean, insurance will pick up 80% of it. So I reckon we're going to have to see if we put Humpty Dumpty back together in the morning, which I got my fingers crossed, and hope we can get her done. But that's what I'm doing right now, sitting up here twiddling my thumbs and in the motel, hoping tomorrow that everything will be all right. But you know how it is. But have you seen anything floating around on Facebook about this impending Blue Death situation hitting America?
I touched on the whole the scenario in Australia. I saw that, and I'm assuming if it's happening there, it's probably going to be coming here.
Well, Steve, the reason I was asking you about that, last night you was talking about that, and then the night before last you was talking about it, and apparently they're making a run to all these contractors. And now, this is not going to only affect the trucking industry. This is going to affect farming, home, like those fellas that run those industrial diesel tractor lawnmowers that cut grass and stuff. Is going to affect them. I mean, it's just not going to be the trucking companies. So I got to thinking, you remember here about 2 months ago, we called you and was talking about Marshall Blackburn was wanting to get these DF sensors taken off these trucks so they could still run.
Yes, sir.
You reckon she might have known something back then?
Well, supposedly it was about the sensors were going bad on a whole bunch of them or whatever, right? When the sensor goes out, yeah, you're having it. I mean, it was some sort of a computer software fix to just bypass the sensor, I thought. Right.
Well, the way I look at it, the price on my truck just double because they're gonna have all this junk sitting around that they mandated all this crap that's gonna be sitting around. These old freight companies gonna be wanting to buy trucks, so my truck is worth about $125,000 to the highest bidder. We'll open it up and go from there. Boy, I could have me a hell of a Christmas on that, couldn't I?
Yeah.
Just get out the trucking business and lay back and get fat all at the same time, boy. But anyway, we just wanted to holler at you and talk to you a minute, tell you what we was up against tonight. I've been shut down for blowed out tires or, something happened. I ain't never been shut down for arm defect. So anyway, that's what we're doing. And you have yourself a good night.
All right. Thank you for checking in, Monkey Gouger. Hope you can get that. Hope somebody's got the parts to get that thing fixed, right? All right. The headline from the London Guardian. Now, this is actually day before yesterday. What is urea and AdBlue? And why does a worldwide shortage threaten Australia's supply chain? So again, they're saying worldwide shortage. Now, as far as Australia's concerned, apparently The main reason for the shortage is China, which previously shipped 80% of Australia's supplies, has suddenly banned the export of the product. They can't get it from China. Now, they're headlining a worldwide shortage. Get you more. First of all, we got to get a quick chime out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I'm kind of scouring through here. Which country is the largest producer of urea? All right, I was thinking maybe it is China. No, it says India. India is the top country for urea production in the world. Numbers from 2019, urea production in India was 24.5 million tons. Yeah, that accounts for just about a third of the world's production. All right, the top 5 countries. Others are Russia, the Russian Federation, Indonesia, Pakistan, and the United States. All combined accounting for 73.3% of it. Okay, so maybe we have enough production here in the U.S. to not worry about getting it from China or India. I'm not exactly sure. Aside from Australia, I did see headlines where South Korea's transportation industry is looking at a threat of being shut down. All right, let's see here. What is the headline? Urea shortage threatens South Korea's transport and energy industry. The story from Reuters News. South Korea is flying a military oil tanker to Australia this week to airlift 27,000 liters of urea amid a dire shortage threatening to stall commercial transport and industries. Approximately 2 million vehicles, mostly your cargo trucks, are required by government to use the additive. Diesel vehicle drivers have started panic buying urea after China's customs last month introduced an export requirement, effectively halting exports so they could boost supplies to their domestic market. Nearly 97% of South Korea's urea imports came from China, according to the Trade Ministry. All right, so South Korea, if China's not going to ship any out, South Korea, unless they can get some, from other sources. Some of India, some of the other producers. But the shortage is threatening to halt delivery trucks carrying gasoline and other fuels to the local gas stations, according to the officials from South Korea's major refiners. If gas stations don't manage to receive sufficient amount of fuel, we could lead to a jump in logistic costs across all industries. Price increases in everything, ordinary consumer goods. It could even have a greater impact on their industrial sector. The industrial urea inventory, which keeps factories running, was already running low, according to the manufacturing industry source. What we could do to alleviate the urea shortage for factory operations is ask the government maybe just, relax these environmental regulations. Okay, so of the 835,000 tons of urea imported last year, 34.7% of it was for industrial use, 9.8% for cars, and the rest was used to make agricultural fertilizer. All right, what are we looking at? 28 past the hour. Let's get to the CNI dog here on a Friday morning. What's going on? Happy Friday.
Morning, Steve. That urea, is it, am I right about that, what it's made from? Cow urine? Is that possible?
Well,
I've heard.
It's akin to or similar to, I guess, that they say it's kind of similar to cow urine.
Okay, well, I was just thinking, set up all these porta-johns outside all the pubs and bars in the area and block off the level two diagnostic area. Just kidding. You were talking about the guys talking about the roads and how people are, and I've been hammering on that for a while. I think people have lost their patience, lost their mind, not just in driving, but in other aspects of life, and they don't have much patience anywhere. But the biggest problem is you can't pass me. People just don't like being passed for some reason, and then it becomes like a race or a competition. And like on 57, there are people that are doing 93, 95, 96 miles an hour, pretty much all day. I like to do something a little funny, a little goofy, and a little serious at the same time. This is lane closure. I'm doing a traffic report from Champaign, Illinois. They just did a construction refabrication. They paved the center median so they can have traffic swerve around the interchange, so they can rebuild the interchange, I believe. I think that is 74 over there. So there is really thick fog out right now on I-57, close to the 238 and 236 mile markers. There are people working the construction zone. The fog is pretty thick over here in Illinois. So my advice to you guys, if you're coming down 57, especially in Champaign, please be careful. It'll be kind of weird because you'll stare towards the center of the median because they paved that, so it'll swerve you around the get off and get on ramps of the interchange. Other than that, that's all I have for today. This is Lane Closure, and I'm checking out.
Have a good weekend, Lane Closure, a.k.a. CNI Dog. And we are up to news break once again, aren't we? Now, let me see. Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. As we make our way into a Friday weekend coming on. Well, as we're literally 2 weeks to the day from Christmas Eve, December the 24th. Dr. Fauci suggests, you might want to, maybe ask and maybe require any guests that are going to come over to your place be vaccinated if they're coming over for your holiday celebrations. When you get vaccinated and you have a vaccinated group and you're in the indoor setting, you can enjoy. And we have traditionally over the years, dinners and gatherings within the home with people who are vaccinated. Actually, spoke to the Washington Post Wednesday. And that's the reason why people should, if they invite people over to their home, essentially ask and maybe require they show evidence that they're vaccinated or give their honest and good faith word that they've been vaccinated. Oh boy. CDC director said Tuesday the U.S. is averaging still 100,000 new COVID cases a day. The numbers are going up, the highest level in 2 months. Yeah, the new Omicron variant has alarmed officials. Early indications show how much more contagious it could be than the original strain. But again, it is a much weaker strain. I don't think they're seeing as many hospitalizations and things of that nature in ICU cases due to Omicron. But yeah, don't invite people over unless they can show their ID card, their vaccine ID. And we return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A Chicago jury says actor Jussie Smollett is guilty of 5 of the 6 charges against him for lying to the police. The jury said they believe he paid 2 brothers to stage a racist, homophobic hate crime attack against him. Prosecutor Dan Webb.
Now that they've decided that Smollett should have been convicted, I believe that we in the Special Prosecutor's Office made the right decision to re-indict him. We made the right decision to take it to trial, and we got a verdict that is obviously a resounding success for us.
Smollett could get 3 years in prison, but some legal experts say he will probably get probation. The FDA and CDC have okayed the Pfizer booster shot for 16 and 17-year-olds.
50 million people now have gotten their booster shots, and we're getting people their booster shots at a record pace.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Card.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, we've been talking this week about the big warm-up that was coming our way, and it's here. We've dropped to 47 outside the secret bunker, but it's a much warmer night than it's been. And looking at some of these numbers, record-challenging warmth later today in cities like St. Louis, Indianapolis, Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Nashville. Starting with St. Louis, the record of 73 degrees that's held since December the 10th of 1889 could be tied or broken today. Temperatures are going to be in the 70s in Oklahoma City as well as Nashville. Highs in the 80s for the Dallas, according to forecasters. Warmth will reach the Great Lakes region by Friday night and early Saturday. The record of 61 degrees set back in 1899 for Buffalo, New York. Yeah, you may top that. Plus the record of 64 in Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, Saturday afternoon looks like highs in the 60s and 70s. Common in the coastal mid-Atlantic areas. New York City is looking to maybe tying a record that's stood there. High of 64 degrees is predicted. Record daily highs last reached in the 70s, maybe rivaled in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Baltimore. Trenton, New Jersey, and Reading, PA. High temperatures for Saturday would mid-60s, where last felt like 110 years ago. You could see that once again. don't know, what kind of global warming did they have going on in 1911? Because that's the last time temperatures were that warm. Even though the warmth will be chopped down a bit in the wake of the cold front from west to east Saturday and Sunday through the central and eastern states, the next big wave of warmth is going to build in soon thereafter again over the plains and expand eastward as that new storm rolls from the west coast into south central Canada next week. Just as the snow that was recently deposited in the Northeast is going to melt away with this warm surge over the weekend, there is the likelihood that much of and perhaps all of the snow that falls from this week's storm over the northern plains will also melt with this next surge of warmth that's on the way. How long could this pattern last, you might ask? Well, it looks like the chance of a white Christmas is going to be dropping a bit more over a large part of the central and eastern states, while at the same time increasing for the folks out west. But yeah, eastern two-thirds of the country are looking at this weird trend, this warmer trend for the next several weeks. All right, with that, let's get back to our calls. And there's our friend from north of the border, Terry from Canada. How are we doing this morning, Terry?
Doing good. Just driving through Toronto here, heading towards Ottawa for the morning. Later today, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just want to touch on the border crossing for the vaccinations, but I want to put my 2 cents in reverse of these emission trucks. Myself, personally, I owned one for 7 years, and they're just a nightmare. And I ended up spending like $40,000 on repairs on it for all the sensors and whatever else went wrong, and ended up getting towed twice because they derated you, shut you down to 5 miles an hour, so you can't even drive the truck to the shop to get it fixed. And I've never been towed in my entire career until I owned one of those emission trucks.
Mm-hmm.
So a year and a half ago, I just went out and bought a 2006 Kenworth pre-emission truck, and I'm happy as can be because I don't have to deal with all those problems now. Just if anything breaks down on this truck, it's a simple repair compared to what they are nowadays.
Wow.
And I'll never buy one again. This is going to be my last truck. I'll never buy an emission truck ever again. They're just, like I said, they're just a nightmare. And anyways, you were talking about that story about that one company in Canada that's giving a $10,000 bonus for the drivers that are fully vaccinated.
That's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, I wish I was working there to tell you the truth, but I showed that article to my general manager before you read it. I saw it a couple days beforehand, and her response was just a second here. That they're sorry, I got it here. I just want to read it verbatim here.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I hear you, and everyone is trying to find a solution to help the drivers. We are working on additional pay increases, and once I know how and when, I'll let you know. So it seems to be kind of the industry standard here. Looks like they're trying to compensate the guys that are being vaccinated to motivate us to cross the border. So I don't know if you were telling me the number. I read it somewhere before. They said there's going to be something like a shortage of 38,000 trucks that won't be crossing the border anymore.
The number.
They're not vaccinated.
That's the numbers. I think whatever your Canadian Trucking Alliance, whatever they call it up there, was that's the numbers they were touting.
Yes, and that's a lot of trucks by far. And anyways, I guess the Canadian Trucking Association and the companies themselves are really pushing back against these government mandates. They're trying to get them to extend the deadline. Like they really don't think it's a wise move. And at this point in time, I still don't know what the requirements are going to be. They haven't told us what we're going to have to do on each side as far as showing proof of vaccination. It's still anybody's guess as to what they expect out of us.
Wow.
And we did they did an in-house survey at my company to see who was vaccinated, and it was in my mailbox. I threw it in the garbage because I figured it's none of their business. And anyways, I ended up getting trapped by the safety girl, and she ended up asking me verbally, so I kind of couldn't get around it then. But she was telling me for our company that 90% of our drivers are vaccinated. So that's where we stand. And then the boss man for the company put out a memo a couple of weeks ago encouraging us to get vaccinated because he goes, we're mostly cross-border drivers, and he just goes, you're going to pretty well lose your living or your basic income because you can't cross the border.
Right.
And he was basically telling us to get vaccinated, which I don't agree with. I'm pro-choice all day long, but he was going on there about saying how the economy is going to suffer if we're not vaccinated and all this stuff. But I just think he's, it's just kind of trying to cover his bases to keep his customers in play there.
Well, and if they think we've got supply chain issues today, I mean, it's only going to exacerbate things to the next level, big time.
Yes, and I personally think it's going to tighten up the market. If they're right with the 38,000 trucks that can't cross the border, then that means there's going to be more freight on your side of the border that can't come across. So they're going to be scrambling to secure contracts with Canadian companies or American companies to bring the freight across. And I think this is what I think, whether it happens or not, is that they're going to have to increase their rates to secure the business with the select carriers that are able to cross the border to bring their products across. So I'm hoping it's going to be a good thing, a positive thing as far as getting a pay increase for me. But it's kind of a goofy way about going around to have to get a shot in your arm. And myself, I'm vaccinated because I got the underlying medical conditions. I'm a type 2 diabetic, so I just did it to be safe. Because if I didn't have that, I wouldn't have got it done. I would have turned it down. But anyways, like I said, I'm still pro-choice. I don't think people should be forced to get it. If you want it, get it. If you don't, then don't get it. I'm on that page there. So that's all I know right now as far as the vaccinations for crossing the border. And once I find some more stuff out, I'll give you a call back on it. But like I said, it's still up in the air as to what we got to do to cross both sides there.
Well, thank you so much for the update. Good to hear from you there, Terry. Thank you for listening, and have a great weekend. Yep, the unintended consequences, that's coming down the pike, and the days are rapidly winding down when those mandates are going to kick in. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, there was one little tidbit that came down the pike earlier this week. I had neglected to mention it, but it was good news. President Biden withdrawing the nomination of Sal Amarova. Remember the one that they were looking to head the Office of Comptroller of Currency? Yeah, this was a very contentious nomination battle. Yeah, she would have brought invaluable insight and perspective to our important work on behalf of the American people, says Biden. But unfortunately, from the very beginning of her nomination, she was subjected to inappropriate personal attacks that were far beyond the pale. Well, they weren't personal attacks. They were questions about her own writings, and her own sentiment. She was a radical choice. She wanted to nationalize banking. While questioning whether she remained wedged to the ideologies where she was born and raised in the Soviet Union. You had Senator Pat Toomey who said, I don't think I've ever seen a more radical choice for any regulatory spot in our federal government. I mean, you could ask yourself, where would a person come up with some of her ideas? Well, maybe a contributing factor could be if a person grew up in the former Soviet Union and went to Moscow State University and attended there on a Vladimir Lenin Academy scholarship. So the battle over her nomination led to her withdrawal from consideration. A decision that Biden accepted Tuesday, still trying to praise her qualifications and her accomplishments, but we'll see who else they can come up with. Hopefully not another socialist or Marxist. But meanwhile, there you go. Good news on that front. Morning, Horse Feathers. Happy Friday.
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you. So here's the philosophical question of the day. You ready for this? How does a one-armed man twiddle his thumbs?
I almost said something. When he said that, I said, do you mean you're twiddling your thumb?
Yeah, I mean, does he, like, put the one arm under, like, his other wing there and then use the one hand to do both thumbs? Or, I don't know. I was just trying to figure that out there. So maybe we get some clarification on that at some point in the future. So anyways, you were going over those gifts there for the truck drivers there, and you mentioned a portable air compressor. Now, since you're not a truck driver and you're not out in here in one of these beasts, you might not realize, but every one of them has an air compressor under the hood. It has an air line that goes to the trailer.
Yeah.
You get an adapter to put a glad hand on there. You can hook anything you want up to that air line that comes from the truck to the trailer. You got 120 pounds of air pressure there. So you got to inflate a tire. I mean, I got an airline I can go all the way back to my trailer tires with from the truck. So I can inflate tires if I have to, or if I pull up behind somebody, I can run it up forward to do something in front of me. Or you can, if you put the adapters on, then you can, you put like your blowgun adapter on, or whatever else you want to. But yeah, you got 120 pounds of working air pressure there. It might not be always it's not as fast as a big shop compressor, but it's definitely as good or better than most all portable ones there, especially the little electric ones there. They get pretty hot sometimes. They don't like to have that continual running if you have to get, fill up big truck tires and stuff like that. But anyways, I'm sure everybody out there already knows that. Yeah, well, one of your drivers out there is kind of trying to throw me under the bus there for his deal for a Christmas party. I got nothing to do with that party at all. They're trying to soak me for information what they should be doing on it. There was rumors there of wanting to come crash your wedding reception. Actually, wanted to come right to the reception itself, and figuring that they could just sneak right in and have
free food, free drinks. We know what they're all about, and you're looking for the freebies. And I'd get back to my place, and I guarantee the house would be trashed inside and out.
Yeah. So, I didn't know if the reception was going to be at some big banquet hall or something like that, So I wasn't sure where all that was going to be. But I tried to set them off on another location there, so that I didn't know, maybe Steven could get a few of his buddies with the K9 units there. Maybe they'd be doing a training session or something there with the K9.
Right.
So I didn't know if that would help you out there at all. But anyway, so speaking of that driver, I'm on the phone with him there yesterday, and it's light here where I'm at, but it's still dark 30 out there where he's at, and I don't know what weather he was in. And he's like, "Oh, shish kebab." And I hear all kinds of clattering, things falling over in the truck and all. Apparently he stepped on the brakes, and I think his poor co-driver, I don't know if he came all the way out through the curtain or fell on the floor or what happened with him. I don't know if he was strapped in good enough or whatever, but anyways, I'm like, well, what the heck is going on out there, Heatwave? And he's like, "I just saw Bigfoot." I'm like, no. He's like, yeah, he just run right across the road in front of me. I had slammed my brakes on. So you might want to watch out for him there. He's out there spotting Bigfoot, Sasquatches, things.
Oh boy!
I'm telling you, I don't know who we're associating with here anymore. So, so anyways, hey, on the real political front here, did you happen to catch that the state of Maryland there was the branches of state government were trying to pass legislation to redistrict the voting districts. They're trying to change the voting districts there. So I guess with what the census and everything, they can kind of move boundary lines around and where districts are, and so they're trying to make our Republican areas smaller, so there's less Republican areas held by so anyways, it went to the governor, and he put a great big red V in the middle of it and said, "Veto, no go for me." He says this is gerrymandering and all kinds of other mean, nasty things to him, and they're like, "Well, that's no problem. We'll just bring it back because we're going to override your veto." So nice living in the 75% Democratic state, because anything a Republican governor signs a veto on, if it was something that they were planning on doing, they're just going to push it through anyways. But I didn't know if you could look into that a little more and see what see what the whole logistical thing will be about it, or maybe explain a little more of the controversy. But it looks like we might just have one district to actually have a Republican representative out of there for at least the federal wise in the House. And so I don't know, Your Honor. They're working on stealing votes any way they can, and trying to change boundary lines, and but they're not doing anything illegal right now. So anyways, I don't know. What else do we have for you? We had a couple other things here, but yeah, at this point, they're probably not all that important. So anyways there, but no, so watch out there, because they get going with that Christmas party thing. He might even be trying to bring a Bigfoot. Can you imagine what would happen if he brought a Bigfoot with him and he came into your establishment with a Bigfoot? Can you imagine what that place would look like?
I don't know if it'd be any worse with Bigfoot or not. I mean, hell, as big as Heatwave is, and Big Moose. Thank you much. Horse Feathers, have a great weekend, and it is top of the hour, the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome to a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The FDA and CDC have okayed the Pfizer booster shot for 16 and 17-year-olds.
50 million people now have gotten their booster shots. And we're getting people their booster shots at a record pace, roughly 1 million people a day.
Chicago jurors found Empire actor Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 of 6 counts of disorderly conduct. Smollett was charged with making false reports to police that he was the victim of a hate crime that he himself orchestrated in 2019. Smollett faces up to 3 years in prison, but is likely to receive a sentence of probation as he has no prior criminal record. After hearing from 13 witnesses over multiple days of testimony, the panel of 6 men and 6 women deliberated for more than 9 hours before reaching a verdict. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey friends, it's John and Chelsea Jubilee, and here's my beautiful wife, Chelsea.
Hi women, I have a message just for you today. Every single day we have women that come to us in pain. Not physically, even though yes, that is too, but in pain from suffering of hopelessness because they have tried every single thing to lose weight and they can't.
And they can't year after year after year, and they give up. They give up hope. They're desperate. They're in a dark place. But we have a light of truth. Science is a search for the truth that is known. In our breakthrough science of intercellular hydration, ladies, you will lose 15 to 20 pounds of solid fat every 4 weeks. Go log on to our website, look at the testimonials of real women just like you who were hopeless, but this changed their life.
Check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
A federal appeals court has ruled against former President Trump's efforts to block the National Archives from releasing his White House records to the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. The U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia said its ruling will be put on hold for 2 weeks, though, to allow Trump to appeal to the Supreme Court. The panel says the documents are needed to properly carry out the investigation and determine what Trump knew before, during, and after the attack. Former President Trump said the documents, which included phone call logs, visitor logs, drafts of speeches, memos, and handwritten notes, should be protected under executive privilege. In the ruling, they said former President Trump has given this court no legal reason to cast aside President Biden's assessment of the executive branch's interests at stake or to create a separation of powers conflict that the political branches have avoided. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
An independent investigative British-based tribunal said in a report that China has committed genocide against the Muslim minority Uyghur population and other ethnic minorities in the western part of the Asian nation. In the 63-page report, the tribunal said that Beijing had subjected the Uyghur people to unconscionable cruelty and crimes against humanity. It concluded that the actions amounted to genocide. U.S. and Western officials have said that as many as 2 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in China's Xinjiang province have been placed in a network of detention centers. They've been subjected to forced torture, labor, and sexual abuse, and many are being detained without any justification. The report accuses top Chinese officials, including President Xi Jinping, for the humanitarian crisis.
The Senate passed a resolution to defund and repeal President Biden's private sector vaccine mandate Wednesday. Republican Senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, on the Senate floor.
First of all, can we all acknowledge that there's so much that we do not know about the coronavirus, about COVID, the disease, or about the COVID vaccines? Our response to COVID as a result has been in reaction to very imperfect information.
The final vote was 52 to 48. Democrat Senators Joe Manchin and John Tester of Montana joined Republicans to vote in favor of the repeal.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Rolling into a Friday. That's right, TGIF. Comes the weekend. Hope your week's gone well. Hey, you got to set your DVR tonight. I'm sure we don't want to miss this. President Biden going to make his first late-night television appearance since taking office. Oh, boy, this should be good. Joe Biden set to appear on NBC's The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. Okay, they say he will appear virtually. White House didn't say where he'll actually be when he tapes the segment. Does that mean he's going to be like live from the basement or something? Now, he's made 2 previous appearances on that show. He bantered with Fallon in April of last year, a week before he became the presumptive Democrat nominee for president. And then back in September of 2016, when he was a bit more coherent and cognizant of what was going on around him. It was toward the end of his 8 years as vice president. But as we know, suffering from a deep drop in the polls, under pressure to engage more with the media. Now, you know, Jimmy Fallon, that's the go-to guy to get some of those hard-hitting questions about some of the pressing issues of the day, right? I mean, Jimmy's going to certainly ask him about the U.S.-Mexican border prices. I'm sure Jimmy's going to ask him about, you know, why prices at the pump, why inflation. Hey, those inflation numbers come out later this morning. So before they even tape, we'll know what the latest inflation numbers. He's going to ask all those hard-hitting questions, right? Or not? What do you think, Pappy? What's going on? Hello, Pappy, are you there?
Oh, Steve, it's Friday.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Not really.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
What about now?
That's better. Yeah, you sounded like you were in the bottom of a well or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just saying, man, I ain't setting no DVR to watch. Ain't happening. Hey, it's Friday, man. Friday, Steve, got the weekend on. How about that?
Yes, sir.
Ready for this? Blitzkrieg. Steve, the blitz is on. I'll tell your truck drivers right now, beware. I'm telling you, Steve, the 9-time cars here in Hamilton County are crushing it out here. Crushing it. Man, if you're driving a big truck or even four-wheeler out here in Hamilton County, I'm telling you what, if you're out here around rush hour up till about midnight, they're going to be out and they're going to stop you if you're traveling fast. It started this week, last couple days. and it's going on for a couple weeks here. They're crushing it, man. I mean, I don't know if people weren't used to getting stopped. I mean, they're stopping cars, especially out here on the stretch from like the Coleraine Split 275 out to the state line on 74, 275 at 74 down to the Indiana state line. Like you're going out to the airport.
Yeah.
Follow me?
Yeah.
That stretch of 275 there, Steve. They are clocking speed limit 65. They're stopping cars 90 plus. Several cars.
Wow.
I mean, it's like the last couple of days, if they weren't going 90, they kind of weren't stopping them because every time they pull somebody over and go back and sit in the turnaround, here comes another one going 94 miles an hour. Crushing them. I mean, it's literally, Steve, on the radio, traffic stop, every 5 minutes. So I'm just telling you guys, beware. I think it's going on in several states.
Yeah. I mean, let's just go back to when the whole pandemic thing started. And I mean, I know law enforcement was kind of laying off. Officers didn't want to be up in the window with somebody afraid they might get it. And I mean, so traffic stops were almost non-existent for a while.
I think that's part of it. And, you know, the public out here hasn't seen it or think they're not going to get stopped, so they just hammer down. So it's all meant, you know, to slow people down.
Yeah.
You know, let's try to keep everybody safe here. And little hint. Man, Steve, this time of year we hate handing out tickets, man. 135 miles an hour. So as long as you're not going too daggone fast, you're probably just going to get a warning, okay? But if you're out here going 95 miles an hour, come on, man, you know better, you know. Hey, man, to touch on something Horsefeather said. Steve, this has been going on for decades, right? About the far left libs, the socialists that, you know, are going in and restructuring these political boundaries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what, Steve? It was time to kind of fight fire with fire, right? Did you hear about this? See, the United States Attorney General filed a lawsuit against Texas for doing the same thing that the blue states have been doing for decades.
Okay.
So the big question is, Steve, the Attorney General is getting involved in this. They gone rogue like the FBI, man. They're nothing but political hacks.
I mean, these are
the Justice Department.
They're state issues, correct? These are states' rights, states' issues.
For the most part, yes. You know, and it's been going on for decades. So you know, why isn't the Attorney General, you know, filing charges against Maryland for doing it? Steve, man, I'm telling you that these three-letter agencies in our Justice Department are off the hook, Steve. Off the hook. They're nothing but political hacks now, man. You ready for this one? Let me drop this. But now this has not been corroborated yet.
Okay.
Okay. The Attorney General supposedly, Steve, was already spying on these parents, looking at them under the terrorist thing when these parents started going off on these school board meetings. Prior to receiving that letter from the school officials asking the FBI to look into it, shall we say. It was going on before that letter was given to him.
I saw someone, I can't recall who it was. Was it Ted Cruz? Who was it saying we need subpoenas in regards to that?
They supposedly, if this is true, that the FBI put it out there that they needed to cover their tracks. So, hint, hint, wink, wink, let's have the school boards write us a letter to investigate these people, to cover our butts because of something we were already doing.
Interesting.
Follow me? So let's see if that turns out to be true. Oh, man, Steve, we're in a world of hurt, bro. World of hurt. But with that said, hey, man, cheer up. It's the holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Oh. Hey, when's that? Man, I didn't catch a whole lot. Excuse me, but I heard you say something about a meteor shower coming up here. Was that Monday?
I think Monday? It is. Yeah, it's coming up here. Yeah, just a few days before Christmas. I believe it is Monday into Tuesday, if memory serves.
Well, I'll be working. Let's hope it's some clear skies, and you know. But Steve, it was 19 degrees out here in Harrison last night. I know you said at the secret hidden bunker there it was like 30 something.
Yeah,
like high 20s maybe. It was 19 degrees out here at 3:30 in the morning. Right now it's 41.
Okay, it's much more comfortable tonight. That's what That's all I know.
Yeah, but I think you said it was like 48 up there. But I mean, that was a couple hours.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Says 40, 46.
10 degrees difference.
46 outside the bunker right now. 46.9 actually.
Well, guess you get out here to the Indiana line. Maybe temperature drops a little bit for whatever reason. But so it's a little colder. But yeah, what are they talking tomorrow? 60s.
That's unbelievable. Yeah, it's going to feel like spring.
Man, you know what they say? If you don't like the weather in Cincinnati, stick around. Yep. It'll change. And man, I think everybody's dealing with that this week. What craziness, man. All right, brother. Good to talk from you, man. Enjoy the weekend.
All right.
Everybody stay safe. Slow them down.
Slow down.
Get off that gas pedal, man. Get off that gas pedal.
I talked earlier this week about an enforcement blitz along, I think it was at the 94 corridor. Multiple states involved with that. That's been going on all this week, by the way. But yeah, all right. So slow it down. Blitzkrieg was the term he used. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here, Pappy. Yeah, we're talking 60s. You're in Southwest Ohio, Northern Kentucky, Southeast Indiana for our Friday. But things look to go downhill once we hit about the midnight hour Friday night. 24 hours from now about this time. Some big-time storms supposed to be rolling in. You look at some of the models are showing you storms begin like 2 a.m., then widespread thunderstorms, strong winds rolling in about 7:30 in the morning, Saturday morning. From, let's see, the local forecast, the entire region, heavy rain, damaging winds, localized flooding, isolated tornadoes. Our severe weather chances continue to increase. Yeah, things are looking really rough overnight Friday into Saturday morning for the Cincinnati area. As I said, damaging winds, hail, brief spin-up tornadoes, all on the table, even flash flooding. Now, severe weather is possible anywhere in the area, but the better chances look to be in the southwest half of the region. Saturday, behind that front, behind the storm, on Saturday, winds may be gusting in excess of 40 miles per hour throughout the day. So if you're like me and you've got some of them blow up, them inflatable Christmas decorations out there, got the 8-foot elf and the 4-foot Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and the Grinch, just deflate the inflatables because they probably won't be there if you leave them plugged in overnight. They'll be in the neighbor's yard, or hell, they may be in the neighbor's county. Hey, roll up on 23 past the hour. And back to the phones we go. What's happening with, Heat Wave? Go ahead.
Okay. Just to let everybody know that if you're going up 5 here around Weed, California, they're already laying out the liquid salt, I guess is what you call it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the
but
brine.
It's the icer.
Yeah, the brine, yep.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so they're already laying it out, and they're laying it on thick. So I guess they're expecting a little bit more than what we think they're going to get. Okay, clear my throat here. To the one that passes gas on the East Coast, he impugned my honor. It was foggy, very foggy coming down Oregon into California yesterday, and there's a couple of areas that are wide enough where they have a grove of trees.
Yeah.
And I'm on the bottom of the hill, and this one car is coming down and has his bright lights on, and I didn't mind too much because the trees were blocking it. But the shape of the trees had a figure that looked almost like a 9-foot man. And it was coming towards me from left to right. That is my oh shoot moment.
What is that?
So I thought exactly. Now the other oh shish kebab moment. These tractors, most of them have an on-guard system that tells you, how far away you are from the next vehicle in front of you and how fast they're running. Well, this one here apparently has the on-guard is up at a certain angle, and it caught, I don't know what you would call it, but anyways, it sensed that I was about to run into an overpass last night shortly after my supposed sighting of Bigfoot, and that's when it hit 50% braking. I mean, everything got thrown up front. If these things aren't just right, I mean, it could cause a serious incident on the highway, especially if you got a car behind you that's not paying much attention, doing a little bit more than 63 mile an hour. And tell you what, Lauren Rice, Lauren, you're a braggart. I can't believe you Yeah, say, hammer down. It was like I went ahead and texted him on the Facebook, called him a braggart. Hashtag 63 MP8. But as funny as it is after it's happened, I mean, these supposed safety measures, just like anything out there, they're going to screw up. And when they do, am I going to be liable for the car that hits me from behind because this electronic machine up here thought I was going to hit an overpass?
And slammed on your brakes.
Yeah. I mean, this thing slams on the brakes on its own. I could have my foot on the pedal without the cruise control on, and it will affect my speed immediately. Of course, when you have the cruise control on, it'll slam on the brakes, and then you have to reset your cruise. But I mean, it's not. It really. I mean, after the fact, and when nothing happens, it's funny. Just as soon as that happens and a car hits you from behind,
yep, then it ain't funny no more.
It's going to be at fault.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but no, I wasn't thinking about being a squatter at the Sommers Hacienda. I was thinking more of a house setter. Just having a whole bunch of people over there celebrating. I mean, if you were going to have the reception there,
you're gonna try to keep this crowd in control. In other words.
Yes. Now we may have to get some degreaser for the swimming pool.
Okay.
Because I know some drivers out there, they don't take a bath on a regular basis, and there might be a thin sheen of oil, floating around or getting stuck to the side. So we're going to need some degreaser to put in there to make sure everybody's all right. And if the swimming pool is froze over, I mean, that might make a pretty good surface for Big Sexy and Knucklebuster to get on there and duke it out. Instead of having a wrestling match, we could have a boxing match.
Yeah, the way things are sounding, I don't think there's going to be anything frozen in or on the pool. It sounds like everything's going to be thawed. I mean, you could actually maybe just do your own, polar bear plunge kind of thing. Do a cannonball into that freezing cold water. All right, thank you much, Heatwave. We got to get a news break in here. It is 844-844-8388. Great to have you aboard for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In Chicago, actor Jussie Smollett was found guilty on 5 of 6 counts of staging a hate crime against himself and then lying about it to the authorities. WBBM TV reporter Charlie DeMar was there.
Jussie Smollett faced that foreperson right in the eye as all 6 counts were read. He shook his head when those first 5 guilty verdict did come down. He was, again, convicted with 5 of the 6 felony disorderly conduct counts for staging his own hate crime and then lying to several Chicago police officers by reporting it as an actual hate crime. Now, the jury, which was made up of 6 men and 6 women, deliberated for more than 9 hours over 2 days. Smollett took the stand in his own defense in this case, telling the jury that he was the actual victim of a hate crime.
This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And now back to our Dumbass of the Week files. Where did you come up with these things? Brain dead? Well, this one falls under from the What the Hell files. What are you talking about? A bomb disposal team called to a hospital after a man arrived with an unexploded World War II mortar stuck in his keister. Yes, there. According to The Sun, the patient was a military enthusiast and had the round as part of a private collection. He says he put it on the floor, slipped and fell on it. Okay. That works out well. police who responded to a report of a patient that had presented with a munition in his rectum. Later identified the round as a 57-millimeter World War II shell that was fired from anti-tank guns. The bomb squad from the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Regimen was called in to retrieve the device. Hey, Pappy, we've got a special call for you here. We've got this ordnance we need you to remove from this guy's ass. The item had been removed prior to police arriving at the Explosion Ordnance Disposal Team. Hospital staff were able to remove the mortar from the patient. They confirmed ultimately it was not live, not a public danger to the public. Yeah, I put it on the floor. I just fell on it. I swear that's how it got there. All right, what started as an attempt to get rid of pesky snakes in a Montgomery County, Maryland home ended with the structure burning down. The house went up in flames November 23rd when the homeowner tried to smoke out a snake infestation on his property. According to the Montgomery County Fire and Rescue, the fire started in the basement of the home when coals used as a heat source got too close to combustible material. After investigation, firefighters found evidence that some snakes did not survive the fire, but other snakes likely did survive anyway. Damage of the fire estimated at more than $1 million. This wasn't a shanty or a shack. This was a very nice $1 million home. According to public records, the homeowner bought the home for $1.8 million. Yeah, fire was deemed accidental. Whoops. I don't like snakes either. Meanwhile, Flash, what's happening this morning, Flash?
Coming out of Chicago, going down to the no-fly zone in Lafayette, there was a lot of fog. You wouldn't even be able to see Bigfoot if he come across in front of you.
Really?
So be careful if you're coming through there. Gets a little better south of that. And then just want to make a quick special mention to the Secret Listeners Club, Too Tall and Macho Man and Nightcrawler, the Jolly Green Fan Club. Hello, guys. And then another special mention to Pappy. Pappy, I just wanted to say, just remember, 579 your mind, just one from another. So the reason I called tonight, Steve, was to talk about now the weather pattern that we're into right now. Wouldn't you call it somewhat peculiar, strange? And I'm not going to that direction of the climate thing, but it is somewhat unusual what we're seeing. Would you agree with that?
Oh, it's unseasonably warm for the eastern portions of the country. Absolutely.
Now, does this kind of remind you of that weather pattern that we were into back in 1978 before we got that big blizzard? Do you remember that?
I remember the blizzard, but I was very young. I guess I was like, in my teens. About 13, 14. Yeah. I remember having to shovel the driveway a lot, but I don't remember. Was it exceptionally warm before the blizzard came in?
Oh, yes. And it just dropped instantly in the evening. I remember it well. And it shut our city down for what? I believe like almost 2 weeks. It took us to dig out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was... That's kind of what this weather pattern reminds me of. You know, the hot, the warm, the in-betweens, the colds. And it seems like it could be a year for a lot of bad weather our way here.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh, boy. And then as far as that Smollett case, you know, this goes back, way back before Obama was coming into office and when Obama was in office. You know, I've been screaming this for a long time. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. And that's exactly, in my opinion, what these administrations have done, specifically that one and this one. And it's a divide and conquer because you can clearly see the difference. And then you hear the charges that were brought against him. And basically it sounds as if he's going to walk away with a smack on the hand.
Yep.
And it's just, somebody has done a really good job with dividing our country. I'm talking about America. And they've done a really good job at getting everybody at one another. My opinion, it was just a thing to weaken our infrastructure. And we're going to continue to see it under that administration. And then another real quick note. You remember when Putin and XI met, and they met privately? Remember that big thing? When was that? Months ago?
Yeah, several months ago. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, several months ago. And, again, just a conspiracy thing there. I won't be surprised if Russia tries to take Ukraine and they take Taiwan at the same time. I could see that coming, one or another. So I think that's what they're up to.
Maybe a bit of a coordinated effort between the two. I wouldn't put that past them at all because they had that one-on-one meeting and supposedly working on agreements as far as trade and things of that nature. But kind of the irony. You go back to January the 29th of 2019, shortly after the whole Jussie Smollett case was in the headlines. And, of course, the mainstream media were all over it. Like I said, Michelle Obama, Joe Biden. I mean, they were all saying that this is uncalled for, this homophobic activity, these racist activities. It can't stand in this country. Reverend Al Sharpton sent out a tweet on that date. The reported hate attack on my friend and brother, actor Jussie Smollett, is despicable and outrageous. The guilty must face the maximum. Reverend Al, what do you think? What do you think now? If that were to hold true today, Reverend, Jussie'd be going to jail for 3 years. Yeah, the guilty. I don't reckon that's going to stand. That's a differing opinion. But just saying. Meanwhile, to Daryl. Good morning, Daryl. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday. Hey, I want to touch a little bit on that needle. Yeah, I got a buddy that caught the COVID. He caught the COVID, got through it, and then he took the shot. So he took the shot, the double shot. And I just talked to him last week this time, and he soldiered up and went down and got that booster, and he's sick again. He's sick. He's out real bad sick with that COVID. So that shot will not protect you from getting the COVID.
So he's had 2 shots, he's had the booster, and he's got COVID now, and he's very sick, huh?
Yeah, he's very sick. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, very sick. He's not in the hospital, but he's down at home, and he's sick. He figures he's gonna be through it okay, but he's sick. They just come through my company here the other day. I had to sign a form. They wanted to know who had the shot and who didn't have the shot. So they just did that here, and we got like 100 people here. So I don't know what they're going to do. If they're going to come up and force the people that don't have it to get it, I don't know. If they do, I'm all done. I'll wait till they fire me. Then I'll take it up later.
Wow.
But I'm not going to get it. Absolutely not going to get it. But on the other hand, too, my daughter-in-law, she's homeschooling now. She did it this year. She got out of all that because they're going to make her get the shot too. And plus all the other stuff going down with the schools, she wasn't very happy about that. And she's homeschooling, and it's the best thing she ever did. Them kids, it's good. I got two grandsons. I got a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old. I got an 18-year-old. He graduated last year. She was going to do it earlier when he was in 10th grade, but he was in all the sports. He played the football, basketball, and baseball. My other two, they don't do that. So she figured it was a little easier to pull them out, and just keep them home.
All right.
But, I don't know what they're going to do on that. I know one thing, I'm not going to get the shot. My doctor told me absolutely don't get it. So I really don't understand what's going on with it. But you see the way Biden shuffles up to the microphone? Do you think something's wrong with that guy? The way I know he's an empty suit, just like Eagle says, but the way he shuffles, if you see him walking, he just, I don't know. He don't look right to me, man.
He's moving. He's moving like a man. I've known people with dementia. There was one. I don't know if you know the Cincinnati area. You remember Bob Braun, who used to do the Bob Braun show for years. Well, we were down in the Mount Adams. He was still doing the morning show on the old oldies channel, and progressively he was going down, downhill and. Yeah, he started walking like that, the shuffling feet, and that was his cognitive abilities going away. And that's what's happening to Joe.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay. So you kind of had the experience of noticing that then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
I understand that now.
Yep.
Wow.
Mental abilities, physical abilities, they all kind of deteriorate.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. Well, hey, my last question to you: what's your schedule going to be like over the holidays? Are you going to be on the show like the week before Christmas? What's your schedule?
Yeah, let me see. I'm looking at the calendar.
Have a show?
I believe, but the calendar, the Christmas Eve is an off day. So Friday the 24th, I won't be here. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then I'll be in pretty much the same schedule for New Year's, I believe. Off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then that New Year's weekend, I'm taking a couple of vacation days on the Monday and Tuesday the following week. The wife's mom's coming up here for the wedding here next weekend, and she's going to stay with us through Christmas into New Year's, and we're going to take her back to Georgia that New Year's weekend and spend a couple of days there.
Okay, I'm going to be out running that week a little bit anyhow. I just wanted to see if I'd be able to get here or not. That's fine. Okay, well, hey, I want to thank you for taking my call, Steve, and everybody out there, be safe, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you for checking in. You got it, Daryl. Thanks for listening, being a part of the program. It's kind of comical. What's her name? Tommy Lauren. I think is she now a contributor with Fox News or whatever? I think I see her on there every once in a while. Or does she have her own show? I'm not even certain. But she sends out a tweet this past day after the verdict came down. Jussie, I know you've been found guilty and it's a very difficult day for you, but don't beat yourself up over it, bud. Don't beat yourself up over it. It is 10 before the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, that's no doubt about it. Just doesn't seem fair, does it? You know, that guy that thinks he's a girl and participating in the women's swim team competition. This is University of Pennsylvania, the transgender swimmer who's been shattering records by competing as a woman, despite the fact that he's a man. Now, teammates are speaking up about their frustration with the way these events have transpired. According to the New York Post, Leah Thomas set multiple records last week during the Zippy Invitational at the University of Akron here in Ohio. On Friday, his 4:34.06 time in the 500-yard freestyle final set an Ivy League women's record. His dominance continued Saturday when his 141.93 in the 200-yard freestyle gave him the fastest finish in the country. Possibly the most stunning achievement of the weekend was the 15:59.71 time in the 1,650-yard freestyle. That time set a program, meet, and pool record. It was also 38 seconds faster than his teammate, Anna Calendaz. In an interview, there was a teammate that wanted to remain anonymous, expressing frustrations about consistently being beaten by a man. She says pretty much everyone individually has spoke to our coaches about not liking this, she said. Our coach just really likes winning. He's like most coaches. I think secretly, everyone just knows it's the wrong thing to do, though. Now, the teammate said the team they have to display fake excitement for Thomas during the meets to keep up the team morale. You know, when the whole team's together, we have to be like, oh my gosh, go, Leah, go. That's great. You're amazing. But it's all very fake. Before his transition, Thomas competed for 2 full seasons as a men's swimmer at Penn. He went by the name Will Thomas. The Ivy League is not a fast league for swimming, so that's why it's particularly ridiculous that we could potentially have an NCAA champion, said an anonymous teammate. That's unheard of coming from the Ivy League. Now, they also reported Thomas' fastest times competing as a man would set NCAA records in the 500-yard freestyle and the 1650 freestyle. His best career time in the 200 was a couple of tenths shy from a women's record. But to make that switch From men's to women's competition, the NCAA requires athletes to undergo at least 1 year of testosterone suppression treatment. So far this season, Thomas' best times in those 3 events have been between 2 and 6 seconds slower than his men's career best times. So I guess they're saying, well, it's slowed him down a bit. The teammate said a return to his previous form was not out of the question, though, that she or he could get back to where they were or where he was competing as a man. 1 year doesn't mean anything. What about the years of puberty as a male, the male growth you went through as a man? If Thomas is able to replicate the production he had while competing as a man, long-standing NCAA and even world records could be in jeopardy, according to his teammate. On paper, if Leah Thomas gets back down to Will Thomas best times, those numbers are female world records. All right, faster than all the times Katie Ledecky went in college, faster than any other Olympian you can think of. His times in 3 events are female world records. All right, let's try Gilligan this morning. What do you say, Gilligan?
Oh, same old thing. Driving up 81, buying normal gig. Yeah, those stories right there make me just kind of sick in my stomach. It's like, why can't people see that they have a definite physical advantage?
Right.
I mean, that's right there. Right there is all the proof you need. She has the physical advantage, whatever. I've seen the post on Facebook, and I'm sure you have too. Well, let's move into it fully into it, or however they worded it, with a banding tool. Yeah, guarantee you, most of them wouldn't go for that. You know what a banding tool is, right? That's how they steer the cabs.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Now, this Jesse Smith, I have one question to these liberals out here. If he was claiming it was a hate crime, then wouldn't it be a hate crime to lie about it and stage a hate crime? That's a hate crime, in my opinion, what he done. Wouldn't you?
I don't know if they could stretch it to that. I don't know. It's just it was a fake crime.
Yeah, he faked a hate crime. They claim it's a hate crime because he was being attacked. You're in Trump country and everything. He's attacking white people, but of course, hate crimes are never in that reversed like that. You notice that? I know that's pretty controversial, but I'll leave it at that. Well, I got news for you. I got some good news. Me and Mary Ann is going out this weekend and kill a couple of those. It is antlers season in West Virginia. So we'll have a couple fresh young does to bring with us for the party. So, I'll put I got one of those big old oil tanks from our old place that I cut in half. We're gonna fire it up for a barbecue, and I'm gonna be roasting 2 full deer for the party. So
really?
You don't have to worry about any meat.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I think that ought to work pretty good. I got some special sauce I mixed up on my barbecue in a little bit. Yeah. We'll have the boss loaded up by Friday. So yeah, we'll be heading your way. So,
yeah, boy. Well, thanks for the fair warning. We've had advance notice, right? All right, we're up to the top of the hour. Final hour yet to come. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. But kind of tying in with the previous story about the transgender swimmer, the male participating as a female now, looking to set female world records. And then, is there any debate that an individual who was a male all the way up to that point, what was the age? Is it 20-something now? All right, they're going to have a physical advantage over females. Now, they try to say, well, no, that's not necessarily true. Well, I could take you to the trucking industry headline from this past day, or a couple days ago, I guess it was, where a Minnesota trucking company has agreed to pay $500,000, part of a settlement, in a sex discrimination lawsuit because they used a strength test for the job that they say essentially screened out qualified female drivers. Are you saying that males have a physical advantage over females? Absolutely, unequivocally. I'll give you the rest of the story again coming up here. And that's all in the final hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the top Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The FDA and CDC have okayed the Pfizer booster shot for 16 and 17-year-olds.
50 million people now have gotten their booster shots. And we're getting people their booster shots at a record pace. Roughly 1 million people a day.
Chicago jurors found Empire actor Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 of 6 counts of disorderly conduct. Smollett was charged with making false reports to police that he was the victim of a hate crime that he himself orchestrated in 2019. Smollett faces up to 3 years in prison, but is likely to receive a sentence of probation as he has no prior criminal record. After hearing from 13 witnesses over multiple days of testimony, the panel of 6 men and 6 women deliberated for more than 9 hours before reaching a verdict. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey friends, it's John and Chelsea Jubilee, and here's my beautiful wife, Chelsea.
Hi women, I have a message just for you today. Every single day we have women that come to us in pain. Not physically, even though yes, that is too, but in pain from suffering of hopelessness because they have tried every single thing to lose weight and they can't.
And they can't year after year after year, and they give up. They give up hope. They're desperate. They're in a dark place. But we have a light of truth. Science is a search for the truth that is known. In our breakthrough science of intercellular hydration, ladies, you will lose 15 to 20 pounds of solid fat every 4 weeks. Go log on to our website, look at the testimonials of real women just like you who were hopeless, but this changed their life.
Check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
A federal appeals court has ruled against former President Trump's efforts to block the National Archives from releasing his White House records to the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. The U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia said its ruling will be put on hold for 2 weeks, though, to allow Trump to appeal to the Supreme Court. The panel says the documents are needed to properly carry out the investigation and determine what Trump knew before, during, and after the attack. Former President Trump said the documents, which included phone call logs, visitor logs, drafts of speeches, memos, and handwritten notes, should be protected under executive privilege. In the ruling, they said former President Trump has given this court no legal reason to cast aside President Biden's assessment of the executive branch's interests at stake or to create a separation of powers conflict that the political branches have avoided. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
An independent investigative British-based tribunal said in a report that China has committed genocide against the Muslim minority Uyghur population and other ethnic minorities in the western part of the Asian nation. In the 63-page report, the tribunal said that Beijing had subjected the Uyghur people to unconscionable cruelty and crimes against humanity. It concluded that the actions amounted to genocide. U.S. and Western officials have said that as many as 2 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in China's Xinjiang province have been placed in a network of detention centers. They've been subjected to forced torture, labor, and sexual abuse, and many are being detained without any justification. The report accuses top Chinese officials, including President Xi Jinping, for the humanitarian crisis.
The Senate passed a resolution to defund and repeal President Biden's private sector vaccine mandate Wednesday. Republican Senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, on the Senate floor.
First of all, can we all acknowledge that there's so much that we do not know about the coronavirus, about COVID, the disease, or about the COVID vaccines? Our response to COVID, as a result, has been in reaction to very imperfect information.
The final vote was 52-48. Democrat Senators Joe Manchin and John Tester of Montana joined Republicans to vote in favor of the repeal.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. Get that final hour underway here on a Friday. If you weren't with us in hour number one, a day which is going to become very active as far as Mother Nature's concerned. Big time, there's a big time winter storm side of this system, and then there will be the severe weather side of this system. Snow from the Rockies to the upper Midwest, and an outbreak of severe weather to areas to the south. So here's how they break it down. Through the day today, this potent storm will be advancing across the central states, headed toward the Great Lakes. Yeah, we could even start the day with a few showers, rumbles of thunder from Memphis, Tennessee to Little Rock and Monroe, Louisiana. Now, any turbulent weather early in the day, after that moves through, you'll see a lull in the activity. Things all kind of break down, but the atmosphere at that point will be recharging, according to forecasters, gathering energy in the atmosphere as the warm, humid air comes out of the Gulf of Mexico. And ultimately, when that cold front comes marching through from the west, explosive thunderstorm development is anticipated. A swath of showers and storms will develop and trail across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys into portions of the southeast. Strong thunderstorms Friday evening through the overnight hours. All right, so again, even though some of these storms may fire up this morning, any of those early storms should not reach severe levels. But when the sun goes down, that's really during the overnight hours when we're anticipating the strongest storms, which even raises further concerns because there's going to be a possibility of spin-up tornadoes when many people will be sleeping and slumbering. All right, so they're advising, make sure you have your weather alert radios activated, or if you've got the smartphone, make sure you have your weather alerts activated. So if anything comes from the National Weather Service, it'll be able to wake you up to seek shelter. Even without twisters, strong winds and heavy rain will be present. Concerns, damaging winds could approach 75 miles per hour with some of these storms. All right, winds. So I'm looking at following the storm. Saturday into Saturday night. The entire Great Lakes through the Ohio Valley region and all of the Northeast. Looking at winds 30 to 50 miles per hour. You get up toward the lake shores there, northern Indiana, northern Ohio, the northwest corner of PA and western New York. 50 to 70 mile per hour winds are anticipated again. So that's as the storm pushes through the backside of the storm, I guess, ushering some colder air in. Wow. So with that, we get back to our calls. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Before I do that, let me promise we get to the rest of the story, trucking-related story, in regards to, do men have a physical advantage? Stan Koch and Sons Trucking, based in Minneapolis, revoked the job officers of women who failed what they call isokinetic strength tests, resulting in the company discriminating against women truck drivers because of their sex. So says the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission in the federal lawsuit against the company. A federal judge found Koch did not present evidence to show the CRT test, which was developed by some Iowa-based cost reduction technologies company. It did not show it was job-related and consistent with business necessity. In the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's news release, they said Koch's use of the test disproportionately screened out women who had been given conditional job offers to work as truck drivers. It also screened out women who were already working at Koch and were required to take the test to return to work following an injury. EEOC attorney Gregory, whatever his name is, said this should serve as a reminder to employees or employers. When you're using a hiring screen, you cannot rely on justifications like, well, it seemed like common sense. Or, of course, it's better to have stronger employees if the job has some physical tasks. Employers have to demonstrate with valid evidence that the test they use can actually predict the outcomes that they're looking for. So I don't know if maybe they just didn't have the right representation in that case, but that's all about based on strength, screening out females. Under your trucking industry headlines. Good morning to the blind man. How we doing this week, blind man?
Oh, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm healing slowly, getting there. Yeah, that would be interesting to hear what Eskimo Mom would have to say about that story you just read about men having more strength than women. But what I wanted to call about, I'm thinking about the Winter Olympics coming up in February in China, and I'm making a prediction that China, either during the Olympics or toward the end of the Olympics, will go after Taiwan and dare Biden to do something about it. I'm thinking of all those athletes over there that could be held hostage if this scenario goes down.
Yeah, you're not the first one I've heard make that prediction. I think Chevy Guy on several occasions has alluded to something of that nature. I know they're not allowing. They're not allowing. I guess there's going to be no spectators, but yes, you'll have athletes from around the world.
And Australia is the latest country to not send any diplomats to the Olympics. And I have a neighbor that worked in China for about 15, 20 years. He got out just before things got really bad over there. And he said the Chinese are bent on doing what they want to do, and they're going to do it regardless.
Well, I guess all you can say is, yeah, they're a sovereign country, and yeah, that's they always done what they want to do, essentially.
Yeah, but with Biden in there, they're going to do it. They're going to do it and dare him to do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying if there was someone else in the White House that they might feel that there would be a more potential retaliation or something of that nature, and maybe hold off. Yeah,
yeah. If Trump were in there, China wouldn't even be thinking about this, and neither would Russia with Ukraine.
Well, distinct possibility. We may never know, but all the experts say that China, Russia they're pretty much testing Biden every single day.
Yeah. One last topic very quickly. I've been listening to Rob Carson on WCBM in Baltimore, and he's literally taken over where Russia's left off with the comedy songs and stuff, and he's really good. And he's going to be picking up affiliates, I guess, in the new year. I know he's heard in New Mexico and the Richmond, Virginia area. But anyone who's got a computer can, go to WCBM.com. He's on from 12 to 3, and he's absolutely hilarious.
Okay. You have to check that out.
I guess that's... Yeah, he's really good. So anyway, you have a good day, Steve, and yeah, we're going to have rough weather, I guess, Saturday when it gets up to 73 before the cold front comes through.
Yep, that unusual surge of warm air. Yep, kind of priming the atmosphere. All right, well, batten down the hatches and have a great weekend there. Thank you, blind man. And it is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What else do we have in the mix here? That's right, it's 844-844-3388. And again, if you also missed it in the first hour, talking about the big show is underway, Indianapolis, at the Indiana Convention Center, the PRI show. The performance racing industry so looked forward to by all facets of the racing industry. It started this past day. Kyle's on location. A handful of the Hot Shot Secret staff are there. I think the new COO is on hand as well. I think he was actually doing the video as Kyle was interviewing some of the racers there at the booth this past day. But yeah, the PRI show, the Prize Show, the largest trade show in the world of performance racing. And Hot Shot Secret is there this time around. Once again, visit the Hot Shot Secret booth, number 4005. See Kyle, the Hot Shot Secret staff. Check out all the latest and greatest powered by science products from Hot Shot Secret. Of course, don't forget the world's fastest diesel, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 Pro Mod at the booth on display there. And also Lee Roberts' 1973 Chevy Nova Night Force from the Memphis Street Outlaws. Cool car. That's also there at the Hot Shot Secret booth. Many of the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers are there. I heard one individual coming up when Kyle was being interviewed yesterday. He's with the LSI Chemical side of the company. And he was saying he's been walking around the convention center there, and he said, man, I see Hot Shot Secret all over the place. So a lot of Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers there, growing the product, growing the audience out there. So check it out. That'll continue 9 to 5 today. This is Friday, and then 9 to 4 on Saturday, Indianapolis. All right, with that, let's get back to the calls there. What do you say, Bourbon Street Gary?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well. How much? What's my commission on that hit you got yesterday?
That's pretty nice, wasn't it?
That was sweet, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was
running a different run this week, so I've been listening to your show from start to end, and had the day off because Ford was shut down, so got paid for having the day off and decided I'm going to take $100, go to a local bar. I was down to my last 40, and I never bet $4 like I did then, and I cashed out with $3,069.
Wow, now, is that an actual slot machine, or is that just like one of those little, what they call skill games or whatever they talk?
No, that's actually slot machines. Illinois has them in every bar, truck stop, gas station, you name it. They're all over the state of Illinois.
I did not realize that. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably one of the worst things they could have done for some people, because you see people in there blowing a lot of money. But I left the house with $100, didn't even take my wallet, because it keeps you from not wanting to hit that ATM.
Well, that's the problem. Yeah, you get in there, have a few drinks, and you're like, all right, I need another 100. It's like, and then you do it over and over again. Like, right. What Doc Holliday says, that ATM pays off every time.
Yep, that's the only winning machine in there if you got money at the bank, right?
Right. As long as you got money at the bank, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to mention about the Hot Shot Secrets. I've got an old 2006 Dodge Ram, and the oil stick from when I got it, it's got 181,000 miles on it, was brown. You could hardly even see the line to tell if it was full or low on oil.
Yeah.
So I went ahead and put some of the Stiction Eliminator in there. And between one oil change and the next, which I change it every 3,000, it cleaned that stick up so you can read it now. So it took that off. I couldn't scrape it off with my finger. I didn't want to use any kind of sandpaper because you could sand the lines off.
Yeah.
It really cleaned it up nice.
So it just kind of dissolved the coked up deposited oil, the hot oil, yep.
Right, yep. So it is good stuff. It works. Just wanted to call and say hi and let you know I've been out here listening all week, because I've been leaving Mount Vernon at 9 o'clock at night. I'll be home here by 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. All right.
Well, weekend early this week.
Everything else going all right? You guys still rolling separate, or is she still running some, or no?
Yeah, she's running right now.
Oh,
she's
okay.
headed to Covington, Indiana, and I'm headed back to the house. I went out to Blue Springs, Missouri.
Okay. Well, good to hear from you guys.
Everything's going good.
All right. Sounds like you might have to get ready to batten down the hatches later on today. Some of them storms coming through.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's coming our way, I guess. But it's supposed to be 70 degrees sometime this afternoon.
Exactly, yeah. Well, enjoy that. Well, thank you for checking
weekend,
in.
Steve.
You got it. I'll do my best. Bourbon Street Gary. All right. It is 844-3388. Let's flip it over to the email. See anybody else online here. Check it in. Let's see. Talking about the companies asking for employees' vaccine status. You might want to look up HR 550 that passed the House. Okay, I'm not sure what that is, so I will do a quick search on that and check it out. Let's see what's going on with Rooster this morning. Hey there, Rooster. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, Steve. How you doing this morning, buddy?
Doing all right. You ready for a Friday? Ready for the weekend?
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to finish the week up here. He's coming back up out of Mox City, trying to get back up to the house this morning. And just curious, I heard you say a lot about it this week, and I've been all around a little bit this week. Got West coming and working my way back in, checking out some of these fuel prices and whatnot. And you ain't heard them say no more about tapping into all them reserves and stuff, everybody was talking about 2 weeks ago. I'm just curious to know. I even looked around online a little bit there yesterday afternoon while I was getting reloaded, and still can't really see anything going on to get any answers on why everything just bottomed out there almost 40, 50 cents overnight. With not complaining on it coming down, but that's just kind of odd. Everything just flip around, all of a sudden turn the page, and nobody talking anything about that no more.
And if I understand correctly, I saw a headline here a few days ago. So it's funny that you brought that up, but I believe that there were purchases. I guess the biggest purchases were China and India. Purchasers from some of that oil. Go figure.
Imagine that. Yeah. Well, we're going to have to do something pretty darn quick here in the next 14 to 18 months because, I know a lot of these people use heating oil. Of course, we don't down this way a whole lot, but that does affect a lot of the day with regular diesel, kerosene, and everything else that goes along with people have to have, and these farmers also trying to, dry grain and whatnot. So, I don't know. I was just curious to, I ain't heard none of these other guys out here say a whole lot about it this week, so hadn't talked to you a whole lot. So I thought I'd call in and say, hey, see if anybody else had heard anything about any of that. So I'll catch up with you first part of next week, buddy.
All right.
Have a good weekend.
All right.
Y'all take care.
Be safe out there. We plan to be here. You got it. Thank you very much. And let me see. You got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, I'm looking at HR 550. It's odd. I hadn't even heard about that. But the Immunization Infrastructure Modernization Act of 2021, as it is entitled. All right. I'm looking at one of the comments here. It says, go read HR 550, which passed the House, and tell me once again that our freedoms are not being taken away in this country. See if I can get the rest of the scoop here during the quick news break. And we'll be back with your calls at 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In Chicago, actor Jussie Smollett was found guilty on 5 of 6 counts of staging a hate crime against himself and then lying about it to the authorities. WBBM TV reporter Charlie DeMar was there.
Jussie Smollett faced that foreperson right in the eye as all 6 counts were read. He shook his head when those first 5 guilty verdict did come down. He was again convicted with 5 of the 6 felony disorderly conduct counts for staging his own hate crime and then lying to several Chicago police officers by reporting it as an actual hate crime. Now, the jury, which was made up of 6 men and 6 women, deliberated for more than 9 hours over 2 days. Smollett took the stand in his own defense in this case, telling the jury that he was the actual victim of a hate crime.
This is USA Radio News.
If you're trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, whoever sent me the heads up on HR 550, thanks for the heads up. I guess they voted on this about 8 days ago. Looking at the statement from one representative, or Congressman Van Drew, who voted no on H.R. 550. Again, the Immunization Infrastructure Modernization Act. He said this bill would provide $400 million in taxpayer dollars to fund a computer database that would track and record when vaccine doses have been administered to individuals. This bill is another attempt by Democrats to extend their government overreach by tracking unvaccinated individuals and recording personal health decisions made by the American people. There's no reason that $400 million in taxpayer dollars should be used to fund a program that creates a database to store citizens' private medical information regarding vaccination status. This majority in Congress is doing everything in their power to seize control of Americans and exert federal control in every aspect of our daily lives. We see time and time again Democrats wasting taxpayer dollars on legislation like this, since they should be focused on issues affecting every American, like soaring gas prices, out of control inflation, the supply chain crisis, the labor shortage. As legislators, we should be ensuring Americans are able to put food on the table and that the shelves are stocked for the holidays, not spending more money and more time creating, first of all, an unnecessary and useless program. All right, that was from InsideNewJersey.com. But yeah, Congressman Van Drew. So a database coming up with a. Yeah, here we go. You know, go back in time. Just think back. With the comments from first of all the president. Questions being asked of Jen Psaki, the president. The press secretary. Are we going to be looking at some sort of a national vaccine ID? Which has been implemented in other countries around the world. Protests in many countries where they've been implemented. Of course, at the time they said, no. Are we going to be at any point forcing people to take vaccines? Oh, no. We're not. That's not going to. Just one step at a time, incrementally, little by little. Like the frog in the pot, the cold water, but the burner's on. And little by little. So we don't have a national mandate for everybody, but if you have a job and you work for a company with more than 100 people, you're in that boat. Just give it time. It's coming. It's coming for everyone to be forced, regardless of any recommendations from your personal physician, your religious beliefs. Last I saw, when they updated, like for the military, mandated to take the vaccines, I can't remember which branch. I believe it was the Navy. Can't say for certain, but they had like several thousand requests for medical exemptions, or for religious exemptions. And to date, as of, again, a couple of weeks ago, zero exemptions had been granted. Your beliefs don't matter. All right, 20 before the hour. Clear lines. It's 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. What else on the slate as we get rolling into the weekend? Let's jump over to the energy sector. Yeah, okay, so prices at the pump have come down a bit. I was up at the local convenience store this past morning, and it was down to, what was it, I believe, $2.69 per gallon. And they were lined up. People lined up getting gas at the cheapest price I've seen in a while. But Representative Muser said this past day that Joe Biden and this administration have essentially staged an assault on the domestic energy industry in this country that hasn't really eased. Now, even with gas prices, the national average was down like 7 cents per gallon. Yeah, this is all due to a cause and effect situation, he explains. He's calling the banks off all the upstream investment for the energy industry. Yeah, they're putting prohibitions on federal lands. They're threatening taxes on natural gas this week. Then, to add insult to industry, the administration's begging Russia and OPEC to ship us more energy to bring the costs down. And then releasing supplies from the strategic reserves. That was all just for show. They're doing a very poor job related to our domestic energy in this country. Overall, this administration has created some real serious issues for the nation. Yeah, the people are very unhappy with matters ranging from the withdrawal of Afghanistan to the situation at the border. Our economy every day facing these inflationary issues, the high gas prices, it's just getting worse. And meanwhile, they're talking about this Build Back Bigger government thing. Yeah, Build Back Bigger bill, which is only going to add more money and liquidity to the market without focusing on productivity. This administration needs to stop everything they're doing. Let the economy settle down and definitely do not pass Build Back Better. I mean, adding trillions of additional spending. That would just exacerbate every problem we have right now. Yeah, the congressman also discussed Biden's call for economic sanctions against Russia in the event of a move on Ukraine. Now, he said, yes, Congress is taking this very seriously. Yeah, we'll see how seriously the Biden administration takes it. Russia must stand down. We recognize Ukraine as a sovereign state. We must have a great united front with our European allies that needs to hold fast. This is a very, very serious issue. The Russians have more troops along the Ukraine border than they've ever had in gatherings since World War II. Yeah, this is a real issue, and by the administration, they have to make it a top priority. You know, President Vladimir Putin definitely detects a sense of weakness from President Biden. They've got to take it seriously, and the American people need to know everything they say they need to mean, and the Russians need to know we have a united front. And we're going to carry through on these promises. You can't just make a threat. It's got to be a promise. And hold to it. All right, what else in the mix? It is 844-844-3388. Yes, Gilligan.
Yeah, I figured I'd call back in. Actually, I have a DA week of nominee myself. I don't know whether you caught that Chevy guy's call earlier tonight and that sign up there in Delaware that's misspelled.
Correct.
You hear what he blamed it on? He said it was one of the WVU graduates. Yeah. Just because he don't have an education don't mean the rest of us don't.
Oh, boy. Yeah, some of your West Virginia University, right?
Yeah. Have you heard from Fly Rod lately?
I have not heard from Fly Rod. It's been over a week. I mean, well, technically, we heard from Lugnut Louie, if that counts. But no, I haven't spoke to Fly Rod.
Oh, okay. Well, that's right. I think he did call. I listen to all the jokes. Well, I got word from Breeze, not Cool Breeze, that he got abducted again the other night. And when they beat him up to the ship, Fly Rod was up there. So I don't know what's going on there. I'm a little worried about them too. Yeah, it's just a little bug in your ear on that one. So it's something scurry going on. Somewhere down in Kentucky, Breeze keeps on getting abducted. This may be kind of like Heat Wave's Bigfoot. I heard Heat Wave said he's seen a Bigfoot. Now he's trying to cover it up. He's awful darn scared. So I think he's trying to cover up what he thinks he's seen. So maybe it's something about that union nap or something. I don't know.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, that's all I got for now. Steve, I thank you for taking my call and hope everybody has a great weekend. Take care.
Thank you much there, Gilligan. You do the same. All right, Josh, I don't think I've seen the video of this one just yet. I guess the president was speaking in Kansas City, Missouri on Wednesday. And he was touting the small drop in the price of gas around the country. He said, 2 weeks ago, I announced the largest ever release of the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve to increase the supply of oil to help bring down prices. Now, today, the average price you're paying here in Kansas City is below $2 a gallon. Or he kind of blinks, $3 a gallon. It's down to $2.90 a gallon, 20% down from cents for a month. Nationally, prices are down 7 cents a gallon, and we continue to fall. We're making progress. Can you see that's just totally confused, right? We're going to keep at it to ensure the American people are paying their fair share for gas. Yeah, the truth is, it's almost become painful to watch the poor man speak. Brain malfunctions have really become the norm with Biden. His handlers do their best to try and minimize his engagement with others as much as possible. But you cannot eliminate these occasions entirely. On the left, no one says a word about his obvious mental decline. But it is crystal clear. This guy said, I recently watched a video of then Vice President Biden on a state visit to Ukraine back in December of 2015. He had complete command of his mental faculties. His speech was clear and fluid. He was leading. He wasn't searching for a teleprompter. He spoke before groups of people. He didn't appear to dodge reporters. From the moment Biden launched his presidential campaign, though, you'll recall, it was apparent he had changed in the 2 years he'd been out of the spotlight. His ability to communicate noticeably diminished. Losing his train of thought, stumbling over and even slurring his words. It wasn't his age, although he's now the oldest president in America history. But we all know 90-year-olds who in some cases are sharp as a tack. The conservative media noticed the change immediately. The legacy media, of course, dismissed any questions about his cognitive powers. No one's willing to admit his verbal struggles is a definitive sign of deteriorating mental health. And now we're talking nearly 3 years have passed since his return to the national stage, and that the decline is undeniable. You can't continue to say it's not there. Sky News Australia, the host telling viewers, never before has the leader of the free world been so cognitively compromised. It's clear to me, he said at the time, that at the least, the U.S. President, Joe Biden, is struggling with dementia and clearly not up to the task he's been sworn to do. It's become too obvious for Democrats to hide. Yeah, when are they going to finally admit? What's the word? The emperor has no clothes. All right, 9 before the hour. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
About 5 before the hour. Real quick lag back to the calls here. And, yes. Hey there, Heatwave.
Well, thank you for taking me for the third time there, Senor. Gilligan's Army. Chevy guy's Navy, and here I am Air Force, so I don't have a dog in this fight tomorrow. But I'll just say, go Navy, beat Army. And Gilligan, that's about all I got to say to your statement on my cognitive eyesight here. Hey, Chevy guy did say he'd bring up a load of either shavings or sawdust, whichever one you wanted. That way we could, cover all the spots. So that way, you don't have a dirty lawn. It'll smell pine tree fresh for, 6 weeks.
Oh, wonderful.
And then you could use that as mulch or fertilizer or whatever, So, yeah. Hey, we have your best at heart, man. We certainly do.
You'll be fixing all the divots out in the yard.
Exactly. There you go. So with that, Senor, I'll let you go. Have a happy weekend, and we'll holler at you come Sunday into Monday.
All right. I forgot the Army-Navy game. Is that Saturday? Is that tomorrow?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, yep. I was thinking, here comes the weekend, and after, of course, last weekend, like championship weekend, I said, there's nothing going on. What are we going to watch this weekend? Yeah, most all the racing stuff's wrapped up. Yeah. Got some NFL on Sunday, but yeah, for the most part, I'm sleepy time, getting ready for the Sunday night, Monday morning program when all those NFL games are being played. But hey, we'll find something to do. You know what? Maybe we'll break out all of our favorite Christmas movies. I haven't watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation yet this year. Maybe it's that time. All right, really quick here. Let's see. Is it Chevy Guy?
Yeah, quick.
Okay,
Quick.
yeah, it is Chevy Guy.
Oh, yeah. Go Navy, beat Army. Go Navy, beat Army. Real quick here, there's a difference between graduate and a graduate. And if you got offended, you're just telling on yourself. Other than that, your swimming pool, I'm really worried. After all these truckers climb in your pool with the preparation H, the Bengay, the Vitalis, the Boost, hair cream and everything, and we know about all of them smoke. So you might want to invite the fire department to stand by because it might light up that oil scene on your pool. How about it?
Could have almost like a spontaneous combustion of the pool, right?
So, yeah, I want you to listen to me. Kawoosh.
All right, Chevy Guy. Thank you.
Go Navy.
All right.
Beat Army.
Go Navy, beat Army. They got special uniforms. I know that I've seen the headlines. There are special uniforms for this year's game. And what else in the mix? I guess that'll close it out. Get on by if you're going to be up in Indianapolis for the PRI show, Performance Racing Industry. Make sure to stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth. Say hi to Kyle, get some autographs, and have a good time. Of course, make sure you have your, especially in the eastern portions of the country, have your weather alert radios activated when you go to bed Friday night, because things could get kind of rough and tumble. And we'll recap and give all the latest, what develops over the weekend when we come back here Sunday night, Monday morning for the next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but